the truth of the gospel to women who are overwhelmed with fear. When a mom sees her baby on an ultrasound, it doubles the chance she'll choose life. For just $28, you can provide one of those ultrasounds. I'm proud to partner with Preborn because they don't just save babies. They share eternal hope through Jesus Christ. Will you help me make that possible? Go to preborn.com/Ramsey. That's preborn.com/Ramsey. Or call 855-601-2229. 855-601-2229.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. As the debate continues of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, final passage by the U.S. House could come as soon as tonight. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with an update.
Democrats have been outspoken against the Republican spending measure for months. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton explains the cuts to Medicaid will make private health insurance more expensive.
But this bill would take over 300,000 of our fellow Arizonans off of health care, the ability to see a primary care physician, health care through the Medicaid program. Obviously, that will be devastating.
He's also worried about cuts to federal food assistance program known as SNAP and the impact to the economy from the loss of the clean energy tax credit if the measure passes. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is vowing to vote down the Trump-backed mega bill.
So all we need are 4 Republicans to join us in support of their constituents, to have John McCain level courage and stand up in defense of the health care of the American people.
A woman's been rushed to the hospital with life-threatening injuries after a crash involving a city bus in Phoenix this morning. We're told it happened before 10 a.m. in the area of 35th Avenue and Thomas Road. The woman was a passenger in the car involved in the crash. Another woman who was a passenger aboard the bus was also taken to the hospital as a precaution. If you've had an unpleasant experience with an airline recently, you are definitely not alone.
From cancellations to lost luggage, complaints are on the rise, and public interest research group's Teresa Murray joined Arizona's Morning News to break them down.
What we found is that complaint volume actually increased by 9% against U.S. airlines in 2024. And you might say, well, gosh, maybe more people traveled. Nope, that's not it. The passenger volume went up by only 4%, and yet complaints went up by 9%. So people are cranky.
The most common complaints submitted to the Department of Transportation included late refunds, flight schedule disruptions, and mishandled luggage, with Frontier, Spirit, and JetBlue leading in number of complaints. Anna Olt, KTAR News.
Brian Kohberger has officially changed his plea to guilty in the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students in 2022. That includes Valley native Zana Kernodle.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Trial was scheduled to start in August. Kohberger's decision to change his plea means he will spend the rest of his life behind bars, but it spares him potentially seeing the death penalty. He'll be formally sentenced later this month.
But it can buy me a boat.
Multiple law enforcement agencies in Arizona are going to be looking for liquored up boaters this holiday weekend. It's part of a national initiative called Operation Dry Water to cut down on people operating a boat under the influence, which Major Danny Rodriguez with the Arizona Game and Fish Department says can be just as dangerous as driving drunk.
You're getting tired from being out in the sun. You're getting fatigued with being in the water. You compound that with possibly not eating, or you're just drinking all day for hours on end. You start adding all these effects. It just makes for a bad recipe for operating a boat.
Be sure you designate a sober driver, have enough life jackets for everyone on board, and plenty of water to drink. Checking on the roads now. Here's Bill O'Neill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And Becky, we're looking pretty good around the valley right now. Not a whole lot out there to slow you down. Do have a crash at Broadway Road and Rural Road. This is happening in Tempe. Also getting word of a crash right now at 79th Avenue and Bell Road in Glendale. Traffic is brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. That's traffic. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Well, today is possibly monsoon day. We have a 40% chance of some rain and scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon and evening, with a high expected today at 107. 90 for the overnight low, and a 20% chance of rain on Thursday, with our high for 105 on Thursday and the 4th of July. It is 107 right now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I love monsoon season. Love it. Pablo, this is going to be like an old-fashioned monsoon here. This is not going to be like we've had the last few years. This is going to be more like it was when you were growing up, my
Feels
friend.
like a throwback. It feels like a throwback summer.
That's right. And let's remember who predicted there would be above-average rainfall this monsoon season.
The weatherman.
No, me.
Oh.
Me. Weatherman. Weatherman don't know nothing.
Old moron Merrill. That's who did it.
That's right. The Old Moron's Almanac says above-average rain this year. I'm feeling good about this prediction so far. Feeling pretty good. Pretty good.
Despite the fact that we have had how much rain so far this monsoon season?
You don't worry about those things.
I'm not worried about it because I predicted less than average.
Below average, right.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the dealio. I'm in the home studio because I got that new strain of COVID. Blah.
You don't sound like a dump truck hit you at all.
No, it's crazy too. Others in the family got it, and they sound worse than I do, for sure.
Huh.
But the symptoms on this one are what they call razor blade throat, and I thought I just had. Look, this happens sometimes. I thought I was snoring, and I had a sore throat from snoring all night, right? But
Yeah.
no, it was it's this COVID stuff. So
I always liken it to licking a quarter.
I'm sorry?
That's how the throat feels when you get the razor blade throat. You feel like you licked a quarter.
How many quarters
How come
have you
everybody
licked?
around the room is looking at each
What
other?
does
except
that
for Joe?
even mean?
What does that mean, Joe?
Who does that?
It just means you get a really awful throat feeling. Feels like you licked a quarter. Like it's very just metallic and just burns. Yeah.
All right, well, I guess I'll have to try that just to compare.
No, I don't recommend it. See, that's how you feel right now.
Yeah, no, it's not good. But
no, it's not.
So
Okay,
if you lick a quarter,
Yeah.
it feels like razor blades in your throat?
It winds up feeling like razor blades in your throat. Yeah.
Well, first of all, you're not supposed to lick a quarter. Second of all, you're not supposed to swallow it.
Right. That's
Right.
why you don't want to do it. Yeah, I don't recommend
And you
it.
know this from personal experience.
Well, not from licking a quarter. That's what I would liken it to if it happened to me. Yeah.
But how would you know if you've never actually
That's
done
what
that?
I imagine it would be, Becky Lynn.
Oh, he imagines it. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Hang on, I'm adding this to my list of Joeisms.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Sore throat
Equals licked a quarter.
is like licking a quarter.
Correct. Yes. That is true.
All right, so aren't you glad you tuned in today?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
am.
fair enough. All right, very good.
So,
4th of July. Ow, ha. So many of us love 4th of July. 4th of July is one of those holidays that everybody gets together and we all have our own plans, right? Fireworks, it's blowing things up. It is
hot dogs and hamburgers?
Absolutely. It is eating all kinds of crap food and spending time with family. Pablo, I'm guessing you got some big plans this weekend, right? You
I'm a big
love
grilling.
spending time
My
with the
plans
family.
Yes, big plans.
Yeah, good for you. Love that. Love that. And yet, the latest polling from Gallup says that you should not lick quarters. Well, hang on. That's the wrong poll. Let me pull up
I'm sure it says that too, though.
Yeah. Here it is. There's a sharp decline in American pride, specifically among Democrats and younger Americans. Oh, my. So when they started surveying people in 2001, before 9/11, they started asking this question. Are you proud to be an American? And how proud are you? Are you extremely proud? Or are you very proud? Or are you kind of proud? Or
neutral
are you just not
proud?
proud? Yeah, I guess so. Or are you ashamed? Is the other, I think, option on that. And we have seen this. We've seen this number sort of taper off here over the course of the last decade or so. Republicans generally remain extremely proud or very proud in that highest tier. They went from something like 97% in 2001, right after 9/11. 98%, I guess it was.
Looks like 90% what I see in 2001, and then 98 in 2002.
Yeah, 99 in 2003. So pretty proud. And but the Republicans are at 92% of being extremely proud, very proud. The other options are moderately proud or only a little proud or not proud at all. Okay. Democrats from 2002 were at 92%. They are down to 36% who consider themselves extremely proud or very proud.
Ooh.
Independents, and this, I think, is a real concern. Independents peaked in 2004 at 86%, which was below Republicans and Democrats. Independents are now above Democrats. They're only at 53% that consider themselves to be extremely proud or very proud. So you want to call this like the pride index? Seems to be tapering off.
It's been a pretty downhill ride for independents ever since, for sure, like 2013, as I'm looking at the graph.
Yeah. You'll also notice, as we take a look at the polling numbers from Gallup on the how proud are you, you'll also notice that the numbers shifted a bit during the Biden administration. So when Trump was president the first time around, Republican pride was at 89% in 2016. It went all the way up to 95% in 2019. And then Biden got elected. And then Republican pride dropped down into the 80s, whereas the Democrats were very low at the end of Trump's first term, but it shot back up in the beginning of the Biden administration. Then we had COVID and everybody got really frustrated. So now, if we look at the numbers and we parse these out based on when we had elections, you start to see that there is a pattern here. And the pattern, of course, is as your candidate is in the White House, as your party is in the White House, you have more pride. I think you have more of a vested interest in America shining if it's your candidate that is in the White House, right? Because that is your chief of state. And so if that person is representative of you and the representative of the country, you want the country to glow. Whereas if it's not your person in the White House, you go, ooh, not real proud of this person, and that's the person who's reflective of my country, therefore I'm not very proud of my country. Right?
Fair, but what would that tell you about independents then, though, which have been on a downhill roller coaster for the last 10-plus years?
Yeah, that is... I want to dive a little bit deeper into the independents in our next segment, because I think the independents are the real bellwether.
Yeah.
Whereas the Democrats have become real finicky since Trump first took office in 2015. Democratic pride in America was still at about 80% in 2015. Again, it's dropped significantly since then, down to 36%. So call that the Trump effect if you want to for the Democrats.
Yep.
It still didn't rebound during the Biden administration. It's not like it shot back up and all of a sudden all the Democrats were very happy. It's almost like the Democratic Party, or people who identified with the Democratic Party, were almost comfortable in their misery of the way the nation looked. And they didn't even necessarily want it to get better, because I think they'd kind of grown very, comfortable in that position. No?
No, I agree with you. I just jotted down a note on Biden just a second ago that I want to hit on in a couple minutes as well.
Okay.
Because I think that I think you're hitting a pretty key point with Biden too when it comes to Democrats.
So one of the questions that I have, because most of this, and this is the point we're going to make here in a moment, is that it really comes back to politics. But with that, there are different avenues of the political spectrum, right? And I've identified in the past that Republicans have really four different types of Republicans, right? You have kind of your yeehaws, you have your business, kind of your let's say country boy type.
I'm liking your breakdown here. I'm just going over them on my fingers here. Okay, you got your business, you got your yeehaws.
Yeehaw, right? Good time Republicans. I'm gonna call them good time Republicans, because I don't mean it to be condescending. You've got your business community Republicans.
Yep.
You know, your low taxes, deregulation Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your retired Republicans, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid type Republicans that are concerned about, they want to have stability.
Yep,
right?
get off my lawn Republican. Yep, okay.
Yeah. And then retirees, I had one more in there too. And religious Republicans, religious conservatives, your evangelicals.
Okay.
So that's really your four different types that I've identified in the past of members of the Republican Party. If you talk about the big tent of the Republican Party, those are really the different legs of the big tent of the Republican Party.
Okay.
That said, which one do you think is weighing down pride in America the most? Because I think so much of it comes back to social issues.
Mm-hmm.
If we were simply arguing over what is the national debt, we don't have a reason to dislike the way America looks externally. We wouldn't be, I'm not proud of America because we don't have a balanced budget. That wouldn't happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it comes back to the social issues.
I think
It comes
you
back
are
to
correct.
all the social issues. So beyond that, our why today. Why are people in every party, remember, it's every party that has declined, but especially the Democrats and independents, not feeling the patriotic pride this 4th of July? Why not? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Just ahead of Independence Day, 7 people are reported missing following an explosion at a rural Northern California fireworks warehouse. The California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection says emergency crews and investigators are working with the property owner and using drones in the search. It isn't clear if those missing worked there or lived nearby. The blast last night set off a barrage of fireworks, caused a massive fire, as well as other spot fires, and collapsed the building just north of Sacramento. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 107 today and a 40% chance we'll see a little monsoon activity before the night is over. It's 105 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today is a new Gallup poll is out, and it shows that there's declining pride in America. Our why is why are people in every party, but especially Democrats and independents, not feeling the patriotic pride this 4th of July? At the beginning of the 21st century, this according to Gallup, U.S. adults were nearly unanimous in saying that they were extremely or very proud to be Americans. But that national unity has eroded over the last quarter century due to a combination of political and generational changes. Democrats today, much less likely than in the past to express pride in their country. In fact, national pride has hit a new low. Additionally, Gen Z and millennials are much less proud of their country than their elders are. According to Gallup, these changes have occurred mostly over the last decade and have done so amid greater pessimism about the economic prospects for young people, widespread dissatisfaction with the state of the nation, greater ideological divides between the parties, unfavorable images of both parties, and intense partisan rancor during the last couple of administrations. Joe, you have thoughts on why it is that we are not proud so much anymore?
I do, but as you individually look at what I say here, you definitely could push back and say, well, in this case, that's not true. In that case, that's not true, especially as we look at this graph about the Republicans, which have stayed pretty prideful as far as being Americans, but we've seen Democrats and independents fall way off. But for Democrats and independents, I've got 3 things. We talked just a few minutes ago about party politics for sure, and in particular, social issues. I'm 100% with you. I think LGBTQ issues, DEI, I think the Democrats put a lot of their eggs in that basket, and I think they really feel stepped on, downtrodden a bit over the last couple years with those things. I feel like the wallet has a big piece to do with it as well, that Democrats and independents just don't feel like economically like they're thriving. But you easily could say, well, what about Republicans? I mean, they're as affected by the economy as Democrats or independents, but I feel like perhaps they say it more and feel it more because of who's in the Oval Office. And the third thing that I would tie it to, you hit on religion with Republicans, and hope and change was such a big theme when Obama was in office.
Yes.
To me, I would say like hope and faith, and independents and Democrats in particular right now don't really feel like they have a lot of hope and faith. And what I jotted down, I mentioned to you that I wanted to make a point about Biden. The biggest thing that I would say about Biden and why Democrats weren't hopeful when he was in office is he was more of a transitional president, less a transformative president.
Agreed.
People expected
Great
him
point.
to be a one-term president or somebody who was going to hand off to a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom. They didn't look at him as this president who was going to come in with all this power and bluster like an Obama was expected to do. So I think they feel down on their luck for those things. Have I hit the not the bullseye, but have I at least hit the board?
Yes, absolutely. You hit really great points. I think, especially when you talk about Democrats standing up for the people who are marginalized and feeling like they're not making any way, and in some cases feeling like things are going against them right now. Then they feel every time the Supreme Court comes out with a loss, for a Democratic issue, then they feel like they've been abandoned once again. But I also want to point out that one of the other divides is not just political, although I think everything comes back to politics, but it's also generational. And I think as you grow up in a divided nation, that doesn't lead to loyalty, it leads to more division. So if you are 18 years old and everyone tells you about how terrible somebody else is, then your perception of the world is very negative. So how can you be very proud of all the negativity? And I think that the survey is 100% related to politics, but also that politics has started to take hold in the younger generations. I don't know that it's as affected, that it affects the older the geezer millennials like yourself as much as it might some of the younger millennials, but I do think that the generational divide is, we're seeing the effects of all this rancor over the course of a couple of decades. There's also this other jingoism. Now, jingoism, of course, is sort of wrapping yourself in the flag, and that doesn't mean necessarily the United States. You could be a jingoist, but be Russian or German or anything else. But I think jingoism in the United States is kind of the new brand identity for one side of the aisle. So if you display your pride in the Stars and Stripes, that's kind of a dog whistle to right-wing conservatives. So, an example: any brand that calls itself Patriot, they are targeting hardcore conservatives, right? Patriot Mobile. If you care about America, you'll buy Patriot Mobile. Patriot Food Supply. Real Americans preparing for the worst. Patriot Clothing. Wear the clothing of real Americans. And Patriot Flags. Don't get your flag from anyone else. Get it only from Patriot Flags. It's more Americaner than the other flags.
Are those real brands?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I modified some of them because some of them were like a Patriot Food Supply was like Patriot. I can't remember. I Googled it all, but yeah. So I think when you claim pride in the United States, you sort of run the risk of other people making these assumptions about your core beliefs. In fact, I have, they call it an Arizona flag, right? I've got a 48-star flag. That was my great-grandfather's, and he flew it outside, and when he passed away, it went into storage. And I ran across this flag. It's been 20 years now, and I kind of took it with me throughout radio. I keep getting fired and keep going to new places. So I had it done by this framing place in Mesa, and it cost me quite a bit, but I was so glad I did it. It's this tattered old 48-star flag, and I put it in this beautiful frame, and it's actually hanging in the studio behind me. You can't see it because I've got a screen in front of me, but I love this flag. I had this up in my house in Mesa, and when it came time to sell the house in Mesa, the realtor said, take that down. And I said, what do you mean, take it down? They said, because you don't want to limit who might buy your house. And I said, having an American flag has now become a limitation? And it's weird that it can be considered a turnoff for some people. Just simply an American flag, right? And I thought that was really interesting that we would say, ooh, take that flag down, because it could be considered a turnoff. And so you've got some people that have co-opted the red, white, and blue, and they are great with these assumptions about their core beliefs. Like, of course, I bleed red, white, and blue. But then they also look at it as a means to discredit people of other beliefs. And they go, oh, you're not waving that flag. You're not doing this. You're not a real patriot. You're not a real American. And this goes back to a logical fallacy. It's called no true Scotsman Joe. Have you heard this before?
I have.
Okay. So just for those that haven't, no true Scotsman is kind of like this, well, if you don't drink Scotch, you're not a true Scotsman.
Yep.
You know, if you don't wear a kilt, you're not a true Scotsman. Well, of course you can be a true Scotsman and not like Scotch, right? So we have this, you're not a real American unless you believe this. Well, that's not true at all. It's just not true at all. And so I think that jingoism is kind of affects it. It's sort of a backfire for many of the very conservative people who say we should be proud of America. And what do they always say about those social issues? Don't shove it down my throat, right? Well, all of a sudden when you start shoving the flag down somebody's throat, they start to resent you, especially younger generations. All right. I have a few other thoughts on that too. But if Gallup were to do another survey that didn't ask, are you proud of America? But instead asked, do you plan to celebrate the 4th of July? You think those numbers would be better? Because I do.
I agree with you, yep.
Yeah. Which is why you lovers of the oohs and ahs have to hear about the best way to keep all your fingers this year. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Let's talk about fear for a moment. Have you ever gone to bed at night in pain, worried about something you feel inside your body? I have, and that nagging fear that it could be cancer or a heart problem, it was scary. My uncle passed away years ago due to a heart attack at work. Boom, gone. So tragic, so heartbreaking. Lifeguard Imaging can detect heart issues, hundreds of forms of cancer, and more before symptoms even show up. They're high-accuracy CT scans. They're painless. They could literally save your life. I got mine, and the peace of mind that came with it was one of the best feelings in my life. Here's their phone number, 602-483-4837, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. Let's talk a little bit more about that CT scan at Lifeguard Imaging. There's no claustrophobic tube. It's more like a donut. It takes less than 5 minutes. It's painless. You'll get your results in just a few days. Quit worrying about cancer and heart issues. Reach out to Lifeguard Imaging today. Right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to Lifeguard Imaging today or call 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Indoors, air-conditioned, and free parking. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show is back at State Farm Stadium July 11th through 13th. Shop, compare, and save big on pools, landscaping, flooring, countertops, artificial turf, kitchen and bath remodeling, painting, decor, and so much more. From total remodels to ideas, inspiration, and education. The Home Show has it all. Don't drive all over town. Find everything you need all under one roof. July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, With our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
It's Gatos. And guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hey, if you've noticed a lack of energy lately, some brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. And you know what? It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. For a limited time, Red Mountain, they're going to waive your startup fee if you mention Gatos. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
On July 21st, the D-backs host Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros at Chase Field for a 3-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New this afternoon, Sean Diddy Combs has been denied bond while awaiting sentencing in his sex crimes case. That ruling from a judge just hours after he was acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges that could have put him behind bars for life. The rapper was convicted of lesser prostitution-related offenses and is still facing prison time, but bond has been denied. The Oak Ridge fire that started last weekend is growing fast, and it is showing no signs of slowing down.
The Oak Ridge fire on Navajo Nation land in eastern Arizona has surged to over 10,000 acres with 0% containment, prompting hundreds of evacuations. Over 300 firefighters are battling the blaze, which started Saturday southwest of Window Rock. 2 wood haulers are suspected of starting the fire while they were cutting fresh oak. The Navajo Nation has declared a state of emergency and enacted Stage 2 fire restrictions. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
The U.S. House could vote on the final passage of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill as soon as tonight. Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari questions why her Republican colleagues would vote in support of a measure that increases the deficit. But she's more concerned about the cuts.
This is legislation that, includes the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history, the largest to food assistance.
Democrats say more than 300,000 Arizonans are set to lose Medicaid coverage if it passes. Ansari says it also defunds Planned Parenthood, including the 2 in her district. Microsoft says it's laying off thousands of workers, its second mass layoff in months, and its largest in more than 2 years. The tech giant started sending out layoff notices today that hit the company's Xbox video game business and other divisions. Microsoft says the cuts will also affect multiple teams around the world, including its sales division. Time to check on the roads now. Let's go to Heather Larson, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We get it started with quite a bit going on the Valley roads and freeways already. There's somebody changing a tire right now on the right shoulder of the 10 eastbound near University Drive, a.k.a. 32nd Street. In Phoenix, we got a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of the 10 westbound near Broadway, and then a crash on the eastbound 10, also near Broadway. And then, yes, Broadway has one more wreck, but this is in Tempe at the intersection of Broadway and Rural. And this just into the newsroom. The westbound lanes of Interstate 40 are closed at milepost 139 east of Seligman. So this is if you're heading west towards Seligman from Ash Fork at the junction of the 89. Now you can exit at milepost 139 onto Crookton Road. That's the old Route 66. And you can re-enter the highway at milepost 53 near Kingman. Traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Day and Night wants to offer you a free air purifier with the purchase of a new AC unit. A $1,500 value. Visit dayandnightair.com to schedule. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
107 for our high today with a 40% chance that we could see some scattered thunderstorms and some rain by the time this day is over. 90 for the overnight low and 105 for the high for tomorrow and the 4th of July. It's 108 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app, and, we're on YouTube. You can watch and listen to the show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today.
Congrats to Elizabeth Danheim from Tempe. She just scored 2 tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals this 4th of July. If you want to be like Elizabeth, all you have to do is text baseball to 620-620 and register. That's text baseball to 620-620.
Baseball. Baseball. Oh, this is the best right here. I love this song. Good singer.
How are you able to do that with your throat feeling the way it does?
Say again, I'm sorry?
How are you able to make that hideous noise you just made with your throat feeling the way it does?
I'm just that good. It's professional training, Joe.
Gotcha. Wow.
Love me some Katy Perry.
I don't blame you.
She's single now,
Is she?
She is.
Okay.
Her and Orlando Bloom, splitskis.
I did see that he was palling around with Kim Kardashian, right?
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. So. Katie, call me.
You're married. Maybe
call
she'll
my
reach
wife,
out to,
get permission.
Maybe she'll reach out to Pablo.
Oh, what a mess that would be.
He's already got a CK shirt on. I'm pretty sure that's for C. Katie.
C. Katie.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Yep.
What do we got for 4th of July celebrations going on here?
We got a billion of them all around the valley.
I know we do. Phoenix Raceway's got celebrations, 6 p.m. free admission. Steel Indian School Park, 5 to 10 p.m. free admission. Westworld, Scottsdale, 5 o'clock free admission.
You got your
tickets are $20.
Neighbor's backyard. He's probably got some stuff that can blow a digit or two right off.
Yeah, that's a concern.
That it can't blow off like a whole appendage and it's just a digit? What are you concerned about?
Well, so remember we had the story about the Morrison Ranch Marauders?
Yeah.
These are the guys who were, one of them allegedly said that they were a proud Gilbert goon, and they threw fireworks, mortar shells, I guess, into this barn where other teenagers were hanging out. The barn ended up burning down. Fortunately, those other teens got out.
Mm-hmm.
And we came down with the heavy hammer of the law, and they got intensive probation for nearly murdering half a dozen classmates. So at the time, we talked about how do you even get these fireworks, right? How do you get these? Because you're not supposed to have anything that is aerial. You're not supposed to have anything that really goes boom.
But then you found places online that you could buy them, and it also seemed like people know how to make them, too, out of various components and other parts.
And that's what happened with these guys. I think they were pulling shells, and they were kind of adding powder from one shell into another and making even bigger fireworks. So, yeah, a quick reminder. You're not supposed to have the aerial fireworks. You are not supposed to have things that go up, and you're not supposed to have things that go boom too big. But you can have the ones that always tantalize Joe, the snap pops.
Oh, my
goodness. And sparklers.
Oh, man. Don't snap those things with your fingers. That always scared the bejesus out of me growing up.
Yeah. What did I see? Oh. Yeah, you can go online and you can find these things. And I didn't realize this, but Mesa Police last year deployed more than 24 detectives to respond to fireworks calls and monitor social media postings that advertised illegal sales. The department seized more than 84,000 pounds of illegal aerial pyrotechnics. 84,000 pounds.
I get it. That's an important job. But do you think there is somebody who has a more lousy job on the Mesa Police Force? Talk about fun killer. Like, you show up, you you knock on the door or you're at the tent or whatever. You know that you're just ruining people's 4th of July. That's really essentially what you're doing. You might be saving lives.
Yeah,
but
I kind of look at it like this.
Uh-huh.
I had a friend of mine who worked in HR, and I first time I had to fire somebody, it was not a fun experience. And I talked to my buddy that night, and I said, you're a VP of HR for a big firm. How do you do it? And he goes, I've never fired anybody. I said, how do you get to be the vice president of HR for a national brand and not have fired anybody? He
Oh,
goes,
gosh,
no.
you say they fire themselves?
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that the Mesa police are the ones ruining the 4th of July. I feel like it's the people who are buying illegal fireworks and know it
It's
that are
all
ruining their
about
own 4th of July.
perspective.
Yeah. It kind of is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like saying, well, these cops are ruining all my fun when I'm speeding at 90 down US 60 on my way home. No, I mean, you're doing 90 on the freeway. You know better than that.
Sure.
You know better than to have the aerial fireworks. You're not a licensed pyrotechnician, so no, you can't have those things.
I got you.
The cops are just informing you of you did wrong.
Dude, I've never set off even the fireworks that just sit on the ground. I am petrified that I would blow off a digit or somehow like one would have like I don't even know what you call it, like a quick
like a short fuse?
A quick wick, and all of a sudden...
Listen to you guys, man.
See,
Come on. They malfunction every once in a while. So what? It just... Man, a couple years back, we had the tower fall in the backyard. It was one that shot 6. And they started shooting him around the fence in the backyard and wound up in the house. There was kids running around everywhere.
Was your firefighter brother there too?
No, we don't invite him. He works on the 4th of July.
Oh, okay. Oh, of course he does. Because people like you are setting off fireworks in the house.
I mean, we set them off outside. They just happen to go in the house.
They had a mind
You
of their
seriously
own.
have never lit a firework, Joe?
Snap pops
No,
and,
no, a
and
real one.
sparklers. No, never.
Come over Saturday. Come over Friday night, right?
I think I'm busy. I got to get ready for Kesha on Sunday.
Okay. All right. If you are setting off fireworks, remember you're not supposed to set them off after 11 o'clock, except on the 4th of July and New Year's Eve. You're allowed to do that until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Are you looking forward to the post from all of your neighbors out here that it doesn't matter if it's 4th of July, 2nd of July, 3rd of July, it's my dog.
That's the one I hate.
It's like my dog is petrified because of what you did last night, and now Fluffy is never going to recover until next year when I post about Fluffy again.
I have a dog that freaks out by the fireworks. I have one dog that just didn't care. He was like, well, it's cool. Things are going boom. Must be fun. And then I have my current big fat Millie. She's terrified of anything that makes a sound outside.
But you don't shame your neighbors about it.
Look, it's the 4th of July. I know that comes with living here, right? I get that.
Yes.
You live in America, 4th of July, you're going to hear fireworks.
Yep.
Okay? But what can I do to try to help my dog then? Because I can't change the behavior of my neighbors, right? Tradition is you come close to blowing off a digit or burning your house down, per Pablo.
Yeah, and Pablo, you just set them off and let them go inside your house.
You know what we did for my last dog that worked really well? Have you heard of the Thunder shirt? This is great.
I've heard of being a Thunder buddy. What is a Thunder shirt?
Thunder shirt is it's kind of like a vest for the dog that you sort of strap down. It's got Velcro on it and it straps down, and it's
like a weighted blanket, kind of.
Kinda, yeah. It's just like it's almost like having a tight T-shirt on, and dogs just feel it calms them. It eases some of that anxiety. So if there's a way that you can kind of wrap the dog a little, even if you don't have this Thunder shirt specifically for that brand or whatever, even if you can just get a blanket and just kind of let the dog feel, safe.
Yeah, I would think even putting them in a basement, dark room, maybe, here's a crazy idea, sitting with them, hanging out with them, as opposed to going outside and blowing up some of your own stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's if your dog freaks out by fireworks, don't stand in your own driveway and set them off, right? Yeah. Okay, you've got your fireworks plan set. You're feeling more pride in your nation than you have all year long. And I hate to be a downer, but that excitement may fade when you stop at this store and the price tags make you see stars. Where your fuse is about to get shortened. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Let's talk about your Tootsies. I've had all kinds of foot and ankle pain in my life. Had plantar fasciitis a couple years ago. Had issues with ligaments. I had a strained tendon. I've had pain in my back, but now I feel like a whole new guy thanks to my personalized arch supports from the Good Feet store. Go to goodfeet.com right now and book your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com, or walk into any of the 5 convenient Valley Good Feet stores in Ahwatukee, Goodyear, Scottsdale, Glendale, Gilbert. If you've got any foot, ankle, leg, knee, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer right now, hottest time of year, 100 degrees in the forecast for the next several months. It's also the best time of the year, though, to take care of your body and make sure you're doing everything that you can do to feel your best. Fuel your summer fun, one comfortable step at a time, thanks to Good Feet. And it doesn't matter if you're getting ready to do a marathon in the fall or winter, or if you just want to feel better when you're walking through the office or just hanging out at home. Get to goodfeet.com, book that free personalized arch support fitting today, because sun-soaked days deserve pain-free walks thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com. Good feet, good life.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News Flash.
2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Sean Diddy Combs denied bond while awaiting sentencing in his sex crimes case. That ruling from a judge hours after he was acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges. That could have put him behind bars for life. The rapper was convicted of lesser prostitution-related offenses and is still facing prison time. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. 107 is where we're headed this afternoon with a 40% chance of some afternoon showers. Storms, too, could be a little monsoon-like activity. 90 overnight for our low. We're already at 107 in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online. And you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Happy Wednesday, and the president of Axon joins us as we reveal just how much you raised for our Outspoken Against Hunger campaign. And he's bringing his checkbook. Join us today, and thank you to all who donated. From Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on the YouTube channel. 4th of July means time with friends and family, and hopefully you get to slap some dead animal on a grill this year. And what are you having? Beef. It's what's for dinner.
I don't know. I was kind of thinking you might have like a dog or cat or something if one of those fireworks from Pablo's house gets loose and kills the family pet.
No, we don't eat the family pet.
I don't know.
That's gross, Joe.
Yeah. I don't know.
What is your weird obsession today? You started the show by telling us that you ate quarters.
No.
And now you're eating cats?
No, see, now you're just completely bastardizing the truth. I said that razor blade feeling in the throat, I imagine would be like licking a quarter.
Huh.
And then I said, Pablo shared
maybe eat your cat.
Well, Pablo shared his lovely story about how a firework got loose in the house and might have killed the pet, and then maybe you don't want to just let it go to waste. You cook the cat. Yeah.
Who didn't love you enough as a child?
Oh, I would never eat a cat or dog, and I don't think Pablo would either. Yeah.
It's just things just get awkward with you sometimes.
Always, not sometimes.
So I was looking at the latest numbers from the American Farm Bureau Federation. I got my newsletter.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it is. And they were discussing just how much things are costing this year versus previous years. This is going to be the second most expensive 4th of July since 2013. Only slightly less expensive than last year. And by slightly less expensive, I mean 30 cents cheaper. That is, if your menu matches what they've put out. So, if on your cookout menu you've got ground beef, chicken breast, pork chops, cheese, and a pound of cheese is, I guess, what you're buying, hamburger buns, potato salad, pork and beans, tater chips, chocolate chip cookies, ice cream, strawberries, and lemonade, then your bill this year would be $70.92.
That's, again, for a family of 10.
For a family of 10, yes.
Yep.
I'm going to take umbrage with what they're using for average 4th of July cookout fare.
Yeah, no hot dog?
No hot dogs! Thank you!
Chicken breast seems kind of wimpy, too.
Chicken breast is fine. That's fine. But they've got they've got ground beef for our family of 10. 2 pounds of ground beef.
So that's less than a quarter pound.
Per person, right.
Oh.
Chicken breast, 2 pounds. Pork chops, 3 pounds.
I don't think of the pork chop as a 4th of July food.
I don't either. This is where I have a real problem. And don't get me wrong, pork chops are delicious, and pork chops on the grill are great. But when I think of what are we putting on the grill for the 4th of July, I think burgers, dogs, steak.
Maybe some corn?
Corn. Very good. I like that. So anyway, the numbers are a bit skewed because pork chops are down drastically. They're nearly half of what they were last year. which is also the most expensive item on the list from last year for the American Farm Bureau Federation's list here.
Yeah, you subscribe. Yeah.
Right. So if you throw out the pork chops, because nobody's eating that, then it's the most expensive ever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Pork chops kind of screw everything up as far as the comparing this year versus last year. And pork chops have come down significantly since last year. That's why the overall is lower. But for most of us, our bill this year is going to be higher for the cookout than it's been in the past.
Since you're a Farm Bureau expert, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Pork chops down almost 9%.
Yeah.
Pork and beans up over 8%.
Yeah. Beans.
So it's just beans are ridiculous. There's some sort of bean shortage in the U.S.?
I think what happened is people learned that they are the magical fruit.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
See, Joey Chestnut, by the way, is going back to Nathan's hot dog eating contest. He got banned last year because he was sponsoring a plant-based meat brand.
Yeah.
But then nobody cared because the champ wasn't there.
Yeah.
So now they're going to let him come back this year.
So if you want to feel sick on the 4th, watch Chestnut eat like 100 hot dogs.
Yeah, I think his record is 83.
You think he puts ketchup on those?
Ketchup does not belong on hot dogs. And anybody that says otherwise, get out of my country.
I will fight you. It belongs on the hot dog.
Go to Canada. Okay. Put your mustard down, and while you get ready to celebrate America, one of the major political parties in Arizona is trying to get their act together. Why dissension among the ranks is the worst news for candidates, and how they plan to fix their issues. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, you can lose fat, you can gain muscle, you can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed you have lack of energy, brain fog, trouble in the bedroom possibly, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. The truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than their dads ever did. There's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. You're not talking about supplements here, talking about real prescription testosterone. No supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it can boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality for a limited time at redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The U.S. House could vote on the final passage of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill as soon as tonight. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with what Democrats have to say.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari questions why her Republican colleagues would vote in support of a measure that increases the deficit, but she's more concerned about the cuts.
This is legislation that, includes the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history, the largest cuts to food assistance.
Democrats say more than 300,000 Arizonans are set to lose Medicaid coverage if it passes. Ansari says it also defunds Planned Parenthood, including the two in her district. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Will President Trump get his mega bill on the budget by the July 4th deadline? Well, ABC's Washington correspondent Jay O'Brien tells us more about where it stands.
The discussions being had at the White House are talking about how this bill will be implemented and, in theory, cost-cutting mechanisms in the implementation of this bill. But it looks like right now they're just getting promises, not anything that's necessarily down on paper, and certainly not rewrites to this legislation. You can't change it without bringing the Senate back in.
Brian Kohberger has officially changed his plea to guilty for the murders of 4 University of Idaho college students in 2022.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Yes.
Kohberger's victims included 20-year-old Valley native Xana Kernodle. The change in plea means Kohberger will spend the rest of his life behind bars but avoids a potential death sentence. He was scheduled to go on trial in August. Instead, he will formally be sentenced later this month. Now, the family of Kaylee Goncalves, one of the 4 students murdered, is not happy with the plea deal. Kaylee's mom, Christy, calls it anything but justice.
The defendant is the devil. Literally.
The parents of the other victims are satisfied with the agreement, saying it avoids years of possible appeals by Kohberger and his legal team. Are you a frustrated flyer? Public interest research group's Teresa Murray joined Arizona's Morning News to break down the rise in airline complaints.
Most of the complaints that consumers file with the Department of Transportation are either about delays getting refunds for canceled flights, or they're about disruptions such as delays or cancellations or missed connections, or they're about mishandled bags and damaged wheelchairs.
Murray shared that the worst offender when it comes to customer complaints is Frontier Airlines, which racked almost double the number of complaints received by the runner-up, Spirit Airlines. Well, this holiday weekend, remember, just because you're out on the open water does not mean it's open season for drinking. Multiple law enforcement agencies in Arizona are going to be looking for liquored-up boaters this holiday weekend as part of a yearly national initiative called Operation Dry Water. The punishment for operating a boat under the influence is similar to driving drunk. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's July 2nd, and back on this day in 1997, Men in Black was released in theaters across the U.S. Starring Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones, based on an early 1990s comic book called The Men in Black. Smith and Jones save Earth as Agent J and Agent K, two secret agents who battle aliens that walk among us. The film was released upon positive reviews and grossed $589 million worldwide. Men in Black won the Academy Award for Best Makeup and was also nominated for Best Original Score and Best Art Direction. Following the film's release, Ray-Ban has said that the sales of their Predator 2 sunglasses, worn by the organization to deflect neutralizers, tripled to $5 million. The movie makers went on to film Men in Black 2 in 2002 and Men in Black 3 in 2012. Both Smith and Jones have said they would consider doing a Part 4, but no further developments about another installment have ever been announced. And it all started back on this day in 1997.
Time to check those roads. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we got a crash on the right shoulder of the 10 westbound near 35th Avenue, going to a way far out western end of it. Let's go to Goodyear. There's a wreck at eastbound I-10 at Cerebral, slowing some things down there. And then when we hit the surface streets, let's go to Anthem first. In Anthem, you got a wreck at Gavilan Parkway and Anthem Way. And Tempe, still that wreck clearing at Broadway and Rural. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor that you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at assetpreservationwealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
90, the overnight low. We have a good chance of seeing some monsoon activity before the evening is over, right on into Thursday morning. 105 tomorrow and on Friday. It's 105 right now in Apache Junction. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Just a couple of days away from the 4th of July. Many of us are already keeping an eye on that clock and wondering, how soon can I get out of here and how little can I do without the boss noticing? And good for you. That's the American way. There is trouble brewing in the Arizona Democratic Party. We've been following this story for about a month, Joe? Is that right? Where the Democratic Party chair, Robert Branscombe II, has gotten basically votes of no confidence from a lot of the top leaders, including the statewide elected Democrats, the governor, Secretary of State, Attorney General, the two senators, and it's not gone very well. So here, most recently now, he's been censured by the Democratic Party. The censure and redirected campaign coordination come as Democrats look to a July 16th meeting to consider whether to remove Branscombe as chair. He has said that he would not step down. The chairs of all 15 county Democratic parties signed off on a lengthy letter in late June detailing what they viewed as Branscombe's shortcomings. Many of them were driven by fundraising concerns. Joining us right now is Democratic strategist Matt Grodzki. Matt, this looks like all the dirty laundry is out for everyone to see right now. This can't be something, as a strategist, can't be something you're excited about.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and thanks for letting me sit in your chair today, so I appreciate that.
Of course.
No, it's not ideal to have, as you said, dirty laundry out there, but I think what's important for people to remember is, other parties have had this issue before. The GOP have their own episodes of embarrassing content, but as far as the party apparatus is concerned, beyond the shenanigans with the chair, the statewide elected officials are moving forward as our candidates down ballot to make sure that they're geared up and doing what they have to do for the 2026 midterms. And that's really what we should be focused on, and that's what I'm certainly telling my clients. But yeah, other than that, it's entertaining times, I guess, for the bubble.
Is there a coordinated effort to get rid of Mr. Branscombe here, Matt? Because that's what he says is going on.
There is not, as far as I'm concerned. There's certainly been voices in the state committee that have called for him to go, and there's people that have signed a petition that that want that to happen. And ultimately, as I think was referenced in the letter at the opening of the show, that will be up to the state committee members, the body of Democrats that represent the party in Arizona, to decide on July 16th.
So what do you make of this? Branscombe said that he found this email that he said he was investigating and uncovering a plot to remove him. What would you say? He calls it a plot to remove him. You would call it.
Well, I don't have firsthand knowledge of it, but based on what I'm seeing from available reporting, it feels a little bit like Arthur Miller's "There's Witches in Salem," right? It sounds to me like an email was taken out of context, distributed. It sounds like potentially inappropriately to other members, which I think invited the censure that came from the executive board at the onset of this week. So, again, it's hard to parse all of the information that's coming out. It seems like it changes every day, but ultimately, regardless of your opinion as a Democrat in the party of the situation, it is a distraction, and it's coming at a time when candidates across the board need to be focused on seizing on the momentum. Just look at the big, beautiful bill and all that stuff, right? There's things that we need to be talking about and reminding voters of.
Matt Grodsky is a Democratic strategist joining us right now as we talk about some of the confusion going on within the state party. Can the party move forward with Branscombe at the helm right now? As you mentioned, there's a lot of chaos. I mean, how does it solve itself without having a change?
Absolutely. They're already moving forward. It was announced this week that there's an organization called the Copper State Victory Group, which is being run out of Navajo County. As I mentioned, the statewide candidates, they're moving forward on that, and candidates across the board are already gearing up for their individual campaigns. I like to describe it to people that get a little confused as, the party itself, it's like a multi-engine aircraft, right? So if one engine goes down, it's not pure catastrophe for the whole situation. It can still fly, it can still land, it's doing plenty of things. And I was at the Maricopa County Democratic Party convention this past weekend, and what was made abundantly clear in speech after speech is that whatever's happening at ADP, that's going to take care of itself one way or the other. What's important is that everybody else is moving forward.
Top Arizona Democrats have censured their state party chair, and now Robert Branscombe, he says that he's not going to step down. He's repeatedly noted that he took office with little institutional support, his words, and in early June, he said that he predicted fundraising was going to pick up. The Democrats in the state had a meeting. Has fundraising picked up at all over the summer? We're about a month in now.
I don't have that indication. In fact, the treasurer for the Arizona Democratic Party sounded the alarm, I believe it was about a week or so ago, saying, the financial situation has not gotten better. At our state committee meeting last month, every indication was that the party could be broke by the end of the year. And that's a whole other reason why it's important that there's another institution like this Copper State Victory to be out there making sure that there is a functioning apparatus that can fundraise and move forward in a crucial election year.
I want to dive in a little bit deeper into that Copper State plan that you're talking about. We'll do that here in our next segment. But,
sure.
Matt, let's go back. Matt Grodsky is Democratic strategist as we're discussing what's going on with the censure of the party chair. You made mention that it's the party is the apparatus sort of like a multi-engine jet, so that if one jet goes down, the plane doesn't crash. But what if the captain and the co-pilot both ate the fish, right? Roger, right? Over, under? I mean, at some point, who's flying the plane? Because right now, it looks like the pilot ate the fish.
No, I love that. I love that comparison. I think what's important is people have to understand how a party works, right? So you've got, at the head of the Arizona Democratic Party is a chair, and at the head of that is, or down from that, there's the state committee members, which is, a little over 650 people that make up the bylaws and the rules for the state party. But in terms of the party strategy, the brand, what it represents to the broader electorate, the voting population that's not involved in the day-to-day goings on of the party, those are the statewide elected officials. And those individuals are the ones that really set the tone and drive the strategy forward, in my opinion, and what I've seen in my time as a consultant and when I was the communications director for the state party back in 2020. So I would just change your premise a little bit. I don't necessarily think that the chair is the pilot in this situation. I think the chair is one of many other engines. I think it's the elected officials that are in the cockpit, and they represent the brand.
Real quick one for you. Back up and take us into the weeds just a little bit here.
Sure.
How did Branscombe get elected as the chair of the party? Because at this point today, July 2nd, me reading tea leaves feels like most prominent Democrats, and a lot of Democrats, period, in this state, seem to want him out. Didn't a number of those people have to sign off on him being the chair?
Yeah, so we're not going to try to take too much time on this because it's long. We're covering 6 months plus of developments. But chairs are elected to 2-year terms, and they are elected by the state committee members. So as I said, it's that 600-person plus body. You do that reorg meeting in January. So we did that then. The chairwoman, who was the incumbent, Yolanda Bejarano, who we helped get elected back in 2023 for her 2-year term, she was voted out by members of the committee, and Branscombe was the new selection, right? And not every elected official endorsed him. Many of them wanted Bejarano again. But what's evident is that many of the elected officials had reached out to him, to try and, usher in a good period, to be helpful, especially since he was new to the organization. And then you fast forward to April. It was Easter weekend, and the email had gone out, the now infamous email where he essentially lambasted, our senators, members of his own party, and that's where the statements came from the statewide elected officials that they had essentially lost confidence in him. Since then, they have not commented, they have not engaged, and it's been essentially members in the state committee, as it should be, deciding amongst themselves what the trajectory of the party should be, right? And, there's different factions in that. There's county chairs, there's legislative district chairs. But ultimately, we've reached a point now where there is this censure, and then the county chairs put out a joint statement earlier this week basically saying this is concerning. So that is the very fast rundown of how we've gotten to this point.
As if the bickering between the party and the chair isn't enough to concern some candidates, now there seems to be some confusion over where the brains of the party are even located. Another bizarre but not unprecedented twist. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:15, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Yesterday, President Trump's big, beautiful bill passed through the Senate and became one step closer to being put into law. We asked Arizona Democratic Representative Greg Stanton on Arizona's Morning News if he thinks the bill will be passed.
I'm hopeful, but realistically pessimistic, and I think this bill will pass.
Stanton also told Arizona's Morning News the only way he would be okay with the big, beautiful bill is if they get rid of the Medicaid cuts. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on the roads right now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I wish I had better news for West Valley drivers right now. If you're heading to or through Goodyear, I've got a little more information on that wreck at westbound I-10 at Saraval. So to get through this, if you have no way else to detour right now, you want to get over to the left lanes as much as you can. That wreck is now on the shoulder. Emergency crews are still cleaning up after this one, and that's going to be on the right side. It's affecting the right lanes. They want you to get over to the left 2 or 3 lanes right now. So if you're heading that way, again, that's I-10 westbound at Saraval right now. Some wrecks on the city streets still not cleared. In Anthem, we've got Gavilan Parkway and Anthem Way. You probably want to get around that one. And Tempe, a wreck at Broadway and Rural. That one still hasn't cleared. We'll check traffic again in 15 more minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We are waiting to see if those monsoon storms kick in. It's a 40% chance we'll see some later this afternoon into the evening. 107 for a high, 90 overnight, and 105 Thursday and Friday. We're at 105 right now in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Hey, I hope you have a great 4th of July weekend, a great Independence Day. Don't forget the men and women that kept us and have made us free. Talk about your veterans over the 4th. We'll be back on Monday morning for the Mike Broomhead Show starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online on the KTAR News app. And Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive Sunday from 7 a.m. till 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations. Did you know that? Head to the contest page, KTAR.com, for complete details. Joining us in the studio right now is Matt Grodzki, he's a Democratic strategist, as we've been discussing this censure vote that came down by the party against their own chair, Robert Branscombe II. And the censure and the redirected campaign coordination coming as Democrats looking to a July 16th meeting to consider whether to remove Branscombe as chair. I should also note that Greg Freeman is the party treasurer, and he reported last month that the party was on a trajectory to run out of money before the end of the year. Spending is outpacing fundraising. That seems concerning, Matt. As a strategist, I know a lot of what you strategize about is raising money.
Yes, you're correct about that. You can't spend more than what you take in. But I think that's why it's so important to stress for folks that, the Copper State Victory organization is out there, and it's operating through the Navajo County Democratic Party. Now, for folks that are kind of new to the terminology here, we always have a coordinated campaign in these types of elections. Folks that are paying extra attention might remember Mission for Arizona back in 2020 and 2022. So there's always that element, and it's always got a fun name and some cool branding. So really the only difference this time is it's running through a county party instead of the state party. And that kind of ensures that there's funds, there's resources to do all the things you would traditionally do with the state party. And it's also evident to me, based on what's out there, that it's an additive resource, right? The state party can still do what it wants, and if it miraculously turns it around its financial situation, the more the merrier, right? But I think what's important is at this stage of the game, they have an entity that's able to do the work.
So when you say Copper State Victory, what you're talking about are the plans originating from the Navajo County Democratic Committee.
That's correct. It'll run through that committee. It's a committee that'll run through that committee, yes.
So I guess I'm just a little bit confused. Why not the statewide committee? I mean, isn't this evidence of the dysfunction within the state party if you have to go to an individual county, especially one that is, I mean, you're talking Show Low, Holbrook, Winslow, and then everything north of I-40 up to the Utah border. We're not even talking about Pima County here. We're talking about one of the smaller populated counties.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I take a different view of it, actually, and I think it speaks to the party building that we've done here over the last decade. We've got lots of options on places we can go. And when it comes to Navajo, the chairwoman there, Miss Afoy, she's fantastic. In a lot of the races we had 2020 and 2022, while not a lot of our candidates carried Navajo County, the numbers there due to Democratic organizing in rural areas really bolstered our statewide totals. So they've got good infrastructure out there, and they are set up correctly as a federal organization so that it's easier to coordinate with an organization like Copper State. So I actually think it's a better situation, and just given the uncertainty with the financial situation and the leadership predicament with the state party, this is better, right? It's devoid of distraction. It's fully focused on the operation, and I think ultimately that's why that decision was made.
You just said the key word. I was going to ask you, infrastructure. You said Navajo County does have the infrastructure, so you're confident that a smaller county party is equipped to handle the big type of fundraising and the dollars that we are going to see pour in for the Democrats in this case, or, if it was, Republicans on the other side, because presumably there will be, millions of dollars that pour in here that Navajo County is now going to have to manage. You're confident that, you said they have the infrastructure to do it. You're confident they have the volume, the number of people to make that go?
Yep. And the reason I say that is because, and I think you probably saw it in the news stories that are out there, this is not just happening in a vacuum. They are going to have folks from the DGA, from DAS, from the Attorney General's Association, all the major players that normally get involved with a coordinated campaign like this, providing resources, consulting, driving all these things from the air. And I think if you go back to the McCain example from, I believe it was 2010, back when he kind of divorced himself from the AZ GOP at that time and went through Yuma, I'd say he was probably pretty happy with those results as well, even though that's a smaller county. So I think that the proof is there, and that's why I'm confident that Navajo is going to be just fine.
So Matt Grodzki, Democratic strategist, you just brought up McCain using Yuma County, and in the past we also saw when Kelly Ward was the chair of the GOP, and her and Carrie Lake weren't getting along very well, right? Yep. They had different visions. At the time, we would have looked at that and we would have said, wow, the Arizona GOP is completely dysfunctional. They can't get their act together. You've got the major figureheads aren't coordinating with the party itself. This looks like total dysfunction. Why should I feel differently about the Democratic Party?
You would have said that, and I'm not gonna gaslight you that the perception and the way it looks at the state party, it doesn't look good, right? Like I'm not gonna dispute that. I don't think anybody in their right mind should. But I think what's important is you've got this in very important workaround through this Copper State organization, and you've got an institution spread out amongst 15 counties, right? I think it's easy to kind of bottle everything up into one state party institution and say that's the party. There are well-organized counties and legislative districts across this state that, aside from the results of 2024, they know how to organize, they know how to get voters engaged, and they know how to win elections. So yes, dysfunction in the state party apparatus as a whole, which, people that like to see that, they can get their popcorn out. But at the end of the day, the right people are making the right decisions to make sure that we're focused on the operation and actually winning next year.
There's a Democratic consultant out there, Stacey Pearson, who says that in this case that using Copper State victory is going around the state party. That's her words. So what's the point of the state Democratic Party then if you're going around the state party to utilize Copper State victory here? Why have one?
I don't disagree with the characterization. I think you've got it because it's there to be additive again, right? Like, again, if they turn the situation around, whether the chair stays or they get a new chair, whatever happens post the 16th, that's for others to decide. But it's just another avenue that you have. But in the meantime, given the uncertainty, you have to have an organization that can go out there, and pursue the things that you need to focus on to win. So I think it makes sense. Any one of us, it's a common sense solution, right? If one mechanism goes out, you should have a contingency, and that's this one.
Arizona Democrats have censured their state party chair, and looks like, reading some tea leaves, like he could be on track for removal. There's going to be another meeting coming up this month. Democratic strategist Matt Grodzki joins us here talking about Copper State victory and what their role is going to be fundraising for the Arizona Democratic Party moving forward. Matt, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Happy 4th.
Cruising into the 4th of July, and for many of you, you're going to want to take in a big summer blockbuster. You're going to want to bring your credit card, though, and maybe some home equity line of credit after you hear about how much concessions at one movie are setting people back. The fantastic 4th sticker shock is next in our headline volley on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Nothing in your home takes a beating from the summer heat like your windows. If your windows are 5, 10, 15 years old, or you've got those contractor-grade windows that came with your home, oh, boy, you got to do yourself a favor. You got to get yourself some high-efficiency windows with Cardinal Glass, the best window glass you're going to find anywhere. And how about windows that are manufactured right here in the Valley for the Valley conditions? Advanced Window Products makes the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee the windows. And with 0 down, 0% financing on approved credit with payments as low as $150 a month, there's nothing in your way. You could be saving money on your energy bill and saving the aesthetics of your house. With Advanced Window Products, you get the most high-efficient, quality vinyl window on the market with a plethora of colors to choose from. Right now, you can save $2,500 when you get 10 windows or more with Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of the summer special. Call 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. It's 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, Paul Calvisi here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs, so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Did you know, according to research, a majority of people gain their weight back after stopping those expensive weight loss shots? Don't become another statistic. Our doctor-developed program doesn't just help you lose weight, it helps you keep it off for good. We've helped thousands of people with our exclusive 3-step protocol lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks and maintain the results long-term. No more yo-yo dieting or weight regain. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
I'm so glad I did. I'm Jamie West, and I'm maintaining my nearly 50-pound weight loss thanks to Dr. Maloney and Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. The program is simple, and it works quickly without shots. And because it restores your metabolism, you can keep the weight off like I have. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440 or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
The St. Louis Cardinals return to Chase Field for a 3-game series starting July 18th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, we are learning more about what police are calling a road rage shooting in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive in Tempe yesterday, which left a man dead. Officers tell us 46-year-old Dustin Jackson was booked into jail on several charges, including first-degree murder. The victim has been identified as 29-year-old Stephen Bevan. Investigators say there were young children in both men's vehicles. None of them were hurt. Maricopa County has released June eviction numbers. KTAR's Balanover Stolz is live now in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, last month more than 7,000 eviction cases were filed in Maricopa County, putting us on track to end the year around 85,000 total eviction filings. Jeff Katz of Community Legal Services says those numbers don't surprise him based on what he hears from renters.
Have continued to be high. Difficulties with people losing jobs, and there's difficulty in that there's no real rental assistance available, so they're going to continue to remain high.
And to get out of eviction, a renter must pay the landlord all back rent plus fees. If that can't happen, removal from a home can happen in just days.
Because of the loss of a job, reduced hours, not having a job, they are not able to come up with the money to pay.
Live in the news center, Balanover Stolz, KTAR News.
House Republicans are working behind the scenes to secure secure enough votes to pass President Trump's massive tax cuts and spending package. House Speaker Mike Johnson still believes the chamber can pass the bill soon.
Making progress. I mean, good conversations, and I think I'm hopeful we can proceed tonight and get this done.
It took us about 16 hours to read the entirety of this bill.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari is not convinced her Republican colleagues have read the entirety of the One Big Beautiful bill. The Democrat says it includes the largest cuts to Medicaid and food assistance in American history. The bill could vote on final passage, or rather the House could vote on final passage of that bill as soon as tonight. Let's check your ride this afternoon. We've got Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got some slow spots around the valley on the 101 and the I-10. Here's why. Let's start in Phoenix. The westbound 101 at Tatum. There's a wreck there right now in the HOV lane. It's also affecting the far left lane. So if you're going westbound on 101 heading towards Tatum, you want to get over to the right. But then there's more. Also in this area, on the right lane of the 101 westbound at 7th Street, you got a wreck there too. And let's head out to Goodyear where there is a wreck. Pretty big one. It's getting cleared right now, so this is almost out of the way, and the I-10 should start looking better after this, but still, you're on the lookout for that wreck on the right shoulder and the narrowing down to the left lanes on westbound I-10, this one at Saraval. And finally, little wreck at the city streets of Tempe at Broadway and Rural. That is still a slow intersection. That accident still hasn't cleared yet. We'll check traffic in another 15 minutes. Once again, I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Monsoon storm activity is in our forecast. 40% chance for tonight, 90 overnight low tomorrow and Friday, a high of 105, which is where we are right now in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Left Lane Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe! Creatively designed popcorn buckets are the new thing at movie theaters, with your favorite concession finding its way into themed receptacles like a Daily Planet newspaper box for Superman or a vault and key for the new Mission Impossible. And of course, the novelties cost much more than the already overpriced snack. The heftiest price tag is on the new Fantastic Four collectible bucket, which features glowing LED eyes and removable horns and a helmet. And a whopping 361 ounces of popcorn.
You're going to tell me like $20, $30?
80.
80? That's rich. Wow.
$80.
Okay.
If you went on a date with someone and they asked you to buy them the $80 popcorn, what would you do?
First, okay, I'm going to pull back the curtain for you here, Chris.
Is this where you're going to tell me you don't go to movies on dates or something and
No.
ruin the entire
No.
bit? Okay.
No, I'm going to be real honest with you.
Okay.
So is it a first date or is it like a third date or a fourth date?
It don't matter.
Yes, it does. It does. It matters to me, Chris. We're going to get deep into the Joe Huizenga psyche, and I'm going to be very honest
I'm going to
with
say
you.
first date and third date don't matter, but if this were like you've been dating for months, then you're kind of splitting some you're splitting some costs a little differently, but let's say that this is your third date.
Okay, so I like her then. Like first date, you're trying to kind of figure it out. Like third date, man, if we're on a third date and I like her, I'll admit I'm probably gonna do the stupid thing and buy the $80 thing of popcorn to impress her.
But you wouldn't want to impress her on a first date?
I still would be conflicted, and if she tried to do that on the first date, I'd probably tell her, you get out your $80 if you want that thing.
I think she's just testing you to see how much of a sucker you are.
That's fine. And by the third date, I'm a big sucker.
All right.
But on the first date, not so much.
Pablo, are you flashing the green for the popcorn bucket?
Of course, he's probably buying two.
Two of them, yes.
Yeah, one for each hand.
Yes, come on, man. Come on.
No, I am. Listen, if it's me, I'm never buying it. She says, I want that. I go, oh, well, listen, no.
See, that's why I love you. Like, but
here's the deal on this. No.
Chris,
you want some broke dude, or you want some guy who's going to be smart with their money, huh? What do you want?
Cool.
Financial stability?
All right.
Chris, you've
right?
seen...
All right. When you guys go home and she's like, you want a kiss? She's like, no. Yeah?
That's right.
All right. All right. You want a hug? No.
Chris, you've seen Pablo the last few months.
Right.
He's got his stylish wardrobe. He's got
he looks good.
He's got some new sunnies. He's looking good. So he
definitely he looks good.
He would buy this popcorn too. I know he would.
Oh, you haven't seen my sunnies yet, huh, Chris?
They're good.
No, I haven't seen them. But here's the thing, though. Like my wife, she would be like, "We're not getting an $80 bucket of popcorn," and I go, I got you a coupon." She'd be like, "Oh, that would be a turn on for her." You brought me a coupon for the popcorn? Oh.
Yeah, but no $80 bucket. You get like the $4 medium.
Right, with a coupon.
Mm-hmm.
For $2.
Wow.
She'd be like, "This is the man of my dreams." That's right.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll tell you what. Good times come and go, but hard times, they can last a lot longer if you're not prepared.
Hey.
And that's one thing I give my wife credit. She's very prepared.
Out of the three of us, you're the only one who lived in a trailer for a year.
I did.
So you know.
2 years.
You know what it's like.
Lived in a fifth wheel in order to pay off all of our debt. And we were willing to make sacrifices, and we paid off all of our debt, and we did it. And it feels great.
Beans.
Wait a minute.
Right.
I lived in a real trailer one time, a trailer park trailer.
But
I lived in a trailer that I could put a truck on today and drive away.
I know.
See, but
that's even luckier.
He did it for a year. He did it, though.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
2 Michigan winters in a fifth wheel.
Yeah. That's even
right.
worse than licking a quarter.
Okay. That's a callback to too far ago in the show.
Okay.
But also a mess.
You're welcome. Tennessee lawmakers, were you done there?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Tennessee lawmakers have passed a new law aimed at stopping bullying in schools by hitting teens where it hurts, their ability to drive.
Okay, phrasing on that. You're going to stop bullying by hitting teens where it hurts. Very good, Joe.
Just reading what the story said, Chris. Starting July 1st, so starting yesterday, any minor found guilty of bullying or cyberbullying in juvenile court is going to lose their driving privileges for 1 year. How effective do you think this punishment's going to be keeping kids from cyberbullying and bullying in the great state of Tennessee?
I don't know how much teenagers think ahead. Look, Pablo and I have conversations all the time about how it's a miracle that we're still alive considering all the stupid things we did.
Dude, I don't think kids even want to drive anymore. They just want to.
So you think? All right. See,
they
I don't think
it's Uber, and they want mom and dad to drive them around.
Okay, that's fair. I don't think it's much of a deterrent because I don't think kids think about consequences too far ahead of time.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's true as well.
That's my concern.
Mm-hmm.
Like Pablo and I were having conversations about fireworks off the air here, and about I was telling him we used to have M80s and quarter sticks, and he's talking about mortars and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a miracle not only that we're walking, but that we have all 10 fingers. It
So
really
true.
is. Right. So I don't think that, especially young men, think about the consequences before they do whatever their impulses tell them. But you raise a really good point, too, and that is that so many of the younger generation just aren't interested in getting their driver's licenses in the first place.
Yep.
Now, maybe that's different in Tennessee. I don't know. But, I mean, I got to give it to the Tennessee lawmakers for trying to do something.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
But, yeah, I don't know how effective it's going to be, but it's something.
Pablo?
How do you know they're bullies?
Well, they have to be adjudicated.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they go
I'm
to
not
juvenile
determining
court.
That. The courts are determining that.
If you're in juvenile, I'm pretty sure you know how to drive a car by now.
Hotwire it and get it out.
Would you care, though, if your driving privileges were taken away and you were 16, 17 years old?
Are the keys still there?
Sure.
Then no, I'm not worried. That's a
that's a good point, too. If you're somebody that's you're cyberbullying, you're not thinking about consequences. Why would you think about the consequences before you took the car and, your driver's license has been suspended?
Yeah,
oh, well, just don't get pulled over.
Chris, they might hit you with probation if they're like Arizona.
Intensive probation, Joe. The terrifyingest of all the terrifying probations.
Good
one. All right. You want to do one more, or you want to set aside some time for the boys here?
No.
Do one more.
It's the weekend.
Do one more? All right.
Yeah. All right, it's my weekend. Are you off tomorrow, Joe?
Yeah.
Are you off or no?
You've seen the
I
schedule.
don't know. I'm off. That's all I
You
know.
put a
Chris,
best
you
of program in for us tomorrow.
All
Why
right.
would I be here?
So it's our weekend. Let's do another one. Go, Chris.
Teenagers across the country are entering one of the toughest summer job markets in recent years as traditional jobs at restaurants, amusement parks, pools, and stores either pause new hiring or choose adults for those roles. In May, the unemployment rate for teenagers rose to 13.4%. That's up a full percentage point from last year, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Joe, if you are ever blessed to have children you so foolishly desire, at what age will they be when you become the nagging father that demands they get a job?
I would like him
get
to
a paycheck and get a real job.
Oh, for sure, 18. Man, I wouldn't demand it at like 14, 15, 16, but I wouldn't stop it either. But for sure, 18.
How old were you when you started hearing you need to get a job?
Well, I had a summer internship, and I worked at the company my dad worked at when I was 18.
I know, but Pablo, how old were you when your father said, you got to get a job?
Like 15, 16. Yeah.
And I mean,
not like a real one. He didn't say like get a real one, but it was like summertime or.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had.
No, I
some
was
free
9.
time.
I was 9, and my father was telling me I needed to get a paper route or start mowing lawns.
Well, you were more
need to start
annoying than
working.
Pablo and I. You probably should have had a job at like 7.
I mean, you're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
But,
That was acceptable back then. Remember, you could hire kids without getting in trouble.
Yeah. I was mowing lawns, and then Pops was like, you're getting to that age, or you need to get a paper route.
And I mean, I did the lawn and stuff like that. I took care of that. But
No, he wanted me to start a
job?
business.
No.
He had me, this is true story. I'm like 12 years old, and he says, are you going to start mowing lawns or what? And so he had me create a business plan for starting a landscaping company.
Look how
I had to do the math
entrepreneurial
on
your dad was.
Call it entrepreneurial. It felt like homework to me. He was like, I want you to look up all the different lawn mowers, their quality, their return on investment, how much it's going to cost, and then how many lawns you're going to have to mow in order to pay for the lawnmower, and then how much you're going to make by the end of the summer. It's true.
Have you thanked your dad yet?
I love Mr. Merrill. Is this the same dad that took the boat to the shop without you knowing, and the boat shop called you?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, we got your boat. And I'm like, I'm glad somebody's got it.
I love Mr. Merrill.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yep.
Shout out
You
to
want
him.
us to replace that battery? I guess I'm paying for a battery. Pops turned it in. Good thing I got all that lawn mowing money from when I was 12.
If I have any kids, I'm going to take Mr. Merrill's example right there and implement that into their life, too.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. If, after listening to recent suggestions by elected officials, you were to conclude that the best way to house undocumented immigrants is to surround them with dangerous wildlife, you wouldn't be alone. The president's latest suggestion adds a new twist to an old idea. See if you think it's the best deterrent of all. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Leave it to Pat Hickey over at Peoria Ford to break the rules. It's the unauthorized factory Ford tent sale. You might have heard about employee pricing. Well, guess what? They got better than employee pricing going on under the tents right now at Peoria Ford. Over 1,000 cars to choose from. You can find out all the details right now at PeoriaFord.com. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, and you paid too much. Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy, the most serious charge that he was facing, but was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. And now, as ABC's chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky explains, from outside the federal courthouse in New York City, he's going to remain behind bars, denied bail until October for the sentencing.
I think he was anticipating that he would be released following the mixed verdict, especially the acquittal on all of the violent crimes. But the judge immediately sat down at the bench, started reading his decision, saying bail is denied. He would not be released prior to sentencing because the judge said his incarceration is required based on what he was convicted of.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at those roads for us now. We've got Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, we've got a car fire right now, Becky Lynn. It's on I-10 westbound at Chandler Boulevard. Now, that's on the right shoulder, but it's affecting the exit lane there. And that's just one of many things going on right now on the Valley freeways. We also have a wreck on westbound 101 at Tatum. That is in the HOV lane and the far left lane. Also, a wreck in the right lane of the 101 westbound at 7th Street. And a Goodyear westbound I-10 slow at Saraval due to an earlier wreck. They may have that almost cleared right now, but it's also a good idea to get towards the left, as that is also on the right shoulder right now. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
It's Gatos at 5 o'clock. We've got a big, beautiful war room talking about the big, beautiful bill. How does it affect Arizona? We're going to talk about it. The war room at 5 o'clock. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Also, fun fact that you'll only hear on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, is that Big Beautiful Bill was Hillary's pet name for her husband back when they were first dating. Did you know that?
I'm just checking out the KTAR YouTube, and Bruce was waving at you, and then all of a sudden he created some sort of magic trick that just made you all black on the screen.
Huh.
You disappeared.
Let's see if I can bring my side back.
You're back.
Yeah,
You're back, and we have Invisible Bruce.
So here's the dealio, Bruce. Let me ask you this. Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos joins us in the studio right now.
Yeah,
after his
I'm
visit
here.
to Florida's new alligator Alcatraz, where the government plans to house some immigration detainees, President Trump is reviving his plan to reopen the real Alcatraz. In a Truth Social post, he seemed to suggest adding additional sharks to the San Francisco Bay, which surrounds the famous prison. Would you rather take your chances with alligators, sharks, or my new suggestion, Bearizona Alcatraz?
How come we've skipped right past sharks with laser beams? Why can't we do that?
Say, I had music playing in my ears. I'm sorry. I was
sharks with laser beams.
Oh, yeah.
What about that?
Oh, that's a great idea.
I mean, if we're gonna go full blown stupid, let's stick with the theme here, for goodness sakes.
I liked his idea of adding sharks to the San Francisco Bay as though we could keep them in a proximity to Alcatraz.
I don't think he understands how water works.
Or sharks, for that matter.
Yeah.
So, would you rather deal with alligators or sharks, though?
I think I got a chance against an alligator.
Wow.
You do?
I think I got a fighter's chance against an alligator.
Wow.
Really?
Huh. But no
I
chance
think
against a shark.
Well, how big's a shark? I think sharks. I think of sharks as bigger. Maybe I watched too much Jaws. I think sharks are bigger than alligators.
Well, I guess it depends on the alligator and it depends on the shark.
Well, I've never seen an alligator the size of the Jaws shark. How's that?
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody's ever actually seen a Jaws shark the size of the Jaws shark.
Well, now you're ruining the movie for me.
Yeah, I know, and I hate that. Yeah,
50 years of being terrified of that dang thing.
Hey, you guys got War Room.
Goldfish.
You guys got War Room coming up tonight.
We do. Coming up at 5.
Big, beautiful War Room.
Big, beautiful War Room. Exactly. And needless to say, we will be digging into the latest. Throw all the politics in 1 hour. We're doing it at 5.
We're looking forward to it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos begins in just over 5 minutes. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Feel better.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We're back again live Monday. Catch the best of over the next couple of days. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
You deserve more than just a repair. You deserve peace of mind. At Orlando Auto Body, we've been family-owned and operated for over 35 years. We're certified by multiple manufacturers, and every repair comes with a lifetime warranty. We work with all major insurance companies and offer deductible help, and provide expert color matching with locations across the valley: Phoenix, Mesa, Tempe, and Gilbert. There's an Orlando Auto Body near you. Visit OrlandoAutobody.com to find a location near you.
It's Gatos. When it gets warmer in Arizona, more chlorine is added to our water to control algae and bacteria, which can be inhaled in the shower and absorbed with bathing. Some question the long-term health effects on the body. It can fade your laundry, damage your hair, and cause dry, itchy skin. Get Kinetico's Whole House Filter to remove chlorine, odors, and tastes from the water in your home. Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Kinetico dealer for Phoenix and Tucson. Aquazona.com or call 602-910-6570.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau. And check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. As the debate continues of the President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, final passage by the U.S. House could come as soon as tonight. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center to give us an update.
Democrats have been outspoken against the Republican spending bill for months. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton explains the cuts to Medicaid will make private health insurance more expensive.
But this bill would take over 300,000 of our fellow Arizonans off of health care, the ability to see a primary care physician, health care through the Medicaid program. Obviously, that will be devastating.
He's also worried about cuts to the federal food assistance program known as SNAP and the impact to the economy from the loss of the clean energy tax credit if the measure passes. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
But there's question as to whether the president will get his mega bill on the budget by his July 4th deadline. ABC Washington correspondent Jay O'Brien reports from a very busy Capitol Hill.
Holdouts are meeting with administration officials. They're getting their questions answered, but we're not really sure what they're getting because Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has been clear he does not want to rewrite this bill because if he does, he would have to send it most likely back to the Senate for them to pass again or do some other kind of procedural mechanism where the House and the Senate get together to reconcile their changes.
We are learning more now about what police call a road rage shooting in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive in Tempe yesterday, which left a man dead. Officers tell us 46-year-old Dustin Jackson was booked into jail on several charges, including first-degree murder. The victim's been identified as 29-year-old Stephen Bevan. Investigators say there were young children in both men's vehicles. None of them were hurt. More than 7,000 eviction cases were filed in Maricopa County in June, putting us on track to end the year with high evictions overall, but less than last year's record. Jeff Katz with Community Legal Services says evictions remaining high doesn't surprise him based on what he hears from renters.
Loss of job or decreased hours. Sometimes it's issues with having a medical event, not able to work.
To get out of eviction, a landlord must be paid all back rent plus fees. And if that can't happen, removal from a home can happen in just days. After rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy, the most serious of the charges he was facing, but guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution, the verdict, he proclaimed he was coming home, but that didn't happen. Combs was denied bail again. He'll stay behind bars until his October 3rd sentencing. ABC's Rena Roy says from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan what led to the judge's decision.
This hearing just wrapped up a couple of minutes ago, and Combs really put up a fight with his defense team. At one point, he raised his hand to try and speak, seemingly in his own defense, but instead, the judge ignored him. So Combs was sending multiple notes to his defense team, and they were really pleading with the judge after he was denied bail.
Let's check traffic now. We'll go to Heather Larson, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Busy traffic day today all around the valley. We've got a new one on the left shoulder of the 101 loop southbound near I-10 westbound. You want to get right for that one because, again, that's on the left shoulder. In Chandler, we've got that wreck on the 202 eastbound Santan at Dobson. That one is on the left shoulder in the dirt. In Phoenix, we have a car fire at southbound I-10 at Chandler Boulevard. Also a wreck on westbound 101 at Tatum. Now, that one has made it over to the right shoulder now. These things change quickly, so that's why you listen to the traffic reports. And also in Phoenix, a wreck on the right lane of the 101 westbound at 7th Street. Basically, if you're taking the 101 westbound right now, it's going to cost you a little bit extra time due to a couple of these wrecks. Traffic brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to Y-Refi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
There is a 40% chance we're going to see some monsoon activity later in the afternoon, early evening hours. Overnight low 90. Tomorrow, still a 20% chance of some rain and a high of 105, and that holds true for Friday as well. Right now, it's 108 in Phoenix. We got up to 109 just about 20 minutes ago. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It's our #1.
Oh, our #1. A lot of people are saying it's the best of the hour.
I'm halfway out the door, man.
That goes without saying.
It's almost the 4th of July.
It's the most Friday feeling Wednesday, isn't it?
It really is, isn't it?
I think for a lot of folks.
It is. Coming up at 5 o'clock, I know it's Wednesday, we've got the War Room. A political symposium,
if you will.
I can't hold it anymore.
What do you mean?
I can't hold it. I've got to.
I was worried about what was about to happen.
I gotta tell everybody what we did, what we got for St. Mary's. The amount.
No. We're doing it.
I've got the number, and
we have a guest.
Outspoken against hunger, and I can't hold it.
You can hold it.
I have to.
Give me a half hour.
The number.
Half hour.
As we raise money for St. Mary's Food Bank is, I'm contractually obligated to wait until 4:30.
4:30. We will, big reveal.
I'm excited.
I have people texting going, what's the number? What's the number?
Yeah.
4:30.
4:30.
We'll do it. Okay.
All right. Good.
there is a question. First off, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that the big, beautiful bill is going to pass, at least not maybe in the version that a lot of people are bandying about.
Well, I think Andy Biggs told Broomhead he doesn't think it's going to pass.
Yeah. So we have to accept on some level, there's got to be a line we draw. Is this bill good or bad for Arizona? Does it help or hurt?
It's interesting because nobody knows what's in it. I mean, really, you can say you like it. You don't know what's in it. I love the Trump fans, the Trump supporters. It's the greatest bill ever. Oh, well, what's in it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Then you talk to the Democrats. What do you think of this bill? Oh, it's awful. Okay, well, what don't you like in it? Well, I mean, everything.
Different parts I haven't
No.
read.
Give me a specific part. Well, if Trump put it together, it's bad. So you've got Republicans who eat out of the hand of Donald Trump, don't care what he's going to get. He'll feed you crap and you'll eat it. But then you have the Democrats who, Trump could cure cancer and they wouldn't take the cure.
Well, would it be ivermectin?
I don't know.
I'm just checking.
But the big, beautiful bill, I don't think anybody knows what's in it. I'm an independent. I don't know if I like it or I don't like it.
I
have no idea.
I struggle with it, and because I am a dwindling number of actual fiscal conservatives out there.
I don't know many
who
of those.
think that no, they're none. Well, there's certainly none in Congress. There's like 3, who have no problem with the concept that we need to right size the federal government, get it in line with the revenue that we bring in. Stop spending money we don't have. Stop borrowing money from China. Stop putting this debt on your kids or grandkids' back. I believe in that. There is absolutely nothing in this bill that addresses that. It makes it worse, not better. That's just math. That's the numbers.
Yeah, it's going to be, put it this way, it'll probably pass. And when it does, it's going to take a while for us to figure out who is it going to affect in a good way.
And how, yeah.
In a bad way. It's going to affect some, it's right. It's going to affect some people in a positive way. It's going to affect other people in a negative way.
I think my taxes will go down.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Here's what, I'll give you a personal story about the big bill.
I'm ready.
All right. My wife and I were having discussions with our niece, Marissa, who has always wanted to take care of animals. She wants to be a veterinarian.
All right.
Okay.
Good for her.
Now, she has done a lot of research on this, and this is what she has told me.
Ready.
What she has told me. Okay. If she wants to go to, because she graduated college, and now she's looking at getting, becoming a veterinarian. What the big, beautiful bill will do is it'll cap borrowing for graduate and professional degrees.
Okay.
Okay. So what this means is the most that she could borrow is $50,000.
Okay.
Okay. Veterinarian school a year is at least $75,000. She needs an extra 25, and unless you're loaded or your parents are loaded, you're not going to school. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I'm not outraged by it.
Why not? If somebody wants to do something and they want to pay their own bill back, why shouldn't they be able to do that? Why are people taking a $500,000 mortgage out on a house? They're allowed to pay their bill back.
The problem is with education, the cost, I'll say, not price, the cost of education has far outpaced the number for anything else. It's outpaced inflation, everything. It's gone up more than anything else. Cadillacs to eggs, okay?
Okay.
And every single time the federal government makes more grants and loans available for education, guess what colleges and universities do? They raise the price. Why? Because there's more money in the pool. I'm okay, again, with the concept that the government has to say, we need to right size this, and I would predict that if something like that happened, that those schools would have to adjust their prices to the available market.
You think that a school is going to drop to their price $25,000
if nobody pays?
Absolutely not going to happen.
Yeah, if we got rid of Pell Grants and we got rid of all those student loans, the price of education would come down dramatically as opposed to just having empty classrooms.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think you can prove that, but...
Well, I can prove that every time they've put more money into the grants and loans for education, the price of education has gone up every time.
So you're okay with kids with rich parents going to veterinarian school, but kids who don't have rich parents can't go. They shouldn't be allowed to go.
Not on federal dollars.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But
Not on federal
dollars.
dollars.
You're gonna have a lot of rich, stupid kids taking care of your pets.
I mean, you can you can take out there's private loans that you can get for education.
Yeah. So that's the one thing that I looked at, and I'm like, I don't know. I think that you'll make good money. You'll be able to pay that back, but I think a lot of kids are going to be looking at this as, hey, I wanted to go to graduate. Hey, I wanted to get a professional degree, and now this big bill kind of stops it. Governor Katie Hobbs joined us yesterday.
She was here yesterday,
and we talked about the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, what was your takeaway from what she said?
She obviously has concerns. You want to give her some credit?
Say again?
She said one of the positives was money for border security.
Right.
She took that as a positive out of this bill, from what we understand is in it. But the Medicaid cuts and the number of people who are going to lose health insurance will probably negate any good that comes from that.
Here's a bit of that interview. Let's play a clip.
Governor, it looks like, although who knows what could happen, that the big, beautiful bill might become law.
Yeah.
What is the way it sits now, and I realize there could be some changes to it. What are the impacts on Arizona that you're concerned about?
I am concerned about this bill at so many levels. And we've talked about this before. The version that came out of the House, or out of the Senate, this morning, is much worse than the House version. The House version was very bad. What we know is that it will cut health care for hundreds of thousands of Arizonans, but
when you say that, what does that mean?
Arizonans who rely on Medicaid to get their health care. But that it doesn't only harm those Arizonans. There are many hospitals and health centers across the state, and rural Arizona in particular, that will go under if they don't have those Medicaid dollars paying for care that they're giving. So that means everyone who relies on those healthcare centers and hospitals is going to have their access to care compromised. That could be the difference in life or death for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Arizonans.
I've heard that from other politicians, by the way. Ours NDs, especially ones who represent rural areas or rural states, concerned that regional and smaller hospitals will go out of business because of this specific change.
Yeah. So be careful if you hop on board and you love this bill, because it could come back to bite you. Also, be careful if you hate this bill. It could come back to actually help you. So that's kind of the conundrum that we're in. It's 1,000 pages long, which is problem number one. No one's read it.
Well, remember when they used to rail against these bills where you put everything together? Because there's nothing stopping Congress, to be clear. Nothing. From saying, hey, let's vote on border security. Okay, done. All right, let's vote on Medicaid cuts. All right, done. There's nothing stopping them from that. They put it all together specifically to try to confuse people so they can get all their little pork projects in there so they can bribe certain congressmen to vote for things. That's why they're doing it.
Yeah. All these bills with all these different presidents are all the same. It's filled with pork.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Wasteful spending. Waste, fraud, and abuse. This bill is full of it.
So, yeah, I mean, there's some good things in this bill, and then there's some bad things in this bill. But you're not going to know it until it passes, and that's just, I think that's that's a backwards way to do something.
And when it affects you negatively or positively is when you change your mind.
Of course it is.
You know?
Yeah.
That's the reality, right?
Of course it is.
We've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. Also, coming up at 4:30, the big reveal. How much money did you help us raise for St. Mary's? We're gonna do that at 4:30, right? But up next, let's talk about parents and how much say should they have in the sentencing of their child's murderer. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, so I'm seeing 50% chance of rain today.
Yep, storms.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Won't be fantastic if you get a leak. Won't be a fantastic day if your roof doesn't hold up. So over the last several months, I've been telling you to get your roof inspected by America Roofing. As Becky Lynn has said throughout the day, 40, 50% chance of rain. So you'll know tonight You'll know tonight. I mean, it's kind of a scary thing. If you haven't had your roof checked by America Roofing, if you've, maybe moved into a house, it's been 7 or 8 years or even longer maybe, and you have never had your roof checked, I mean, it's the pucker factor goes up. Listen, if you get through the weekend, and hopefully you do, I want you to get the roof checked. Pre-storm inspection, America Roofing, completely 100% free when you mention Gatos. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Call them. You know what? Make the appointment today for next week. How about that? 602-960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. Tell them Gatos sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Aggravation at 30,000 feet. Consumer Watchdog Director Teresa Murray with the Public Interest Research Group tells Arizona's Morning News airline complaints are on the rise.
The ones that have the worst records with complaints is the worst is Frontier, second worst is Spirit, and third worst is JetBlue. This is based on the number of complaints per 100,000 passengers. So it's an apples-to-apples comparison.
Okay. Murray shared the most popular complaints submitted against the airlines are about delayed refunds, flight disruptions like cancellations and delays, and mishandled bags and wheelchairs. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check the roads right now, and we'll see how they're moving this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It depends on where you are right now. 101 westbound, People Freeway, it's very slow right now. Let's get into what's going on. Let's start actually at that 101 westbound. There were a couple wrecks. One was at 7th Street. One was at Tatum. Now that 7th Street wreck is on the right shoulder now. The Tatum one seems to have cleared. Also in Phoenix, we had a car fire. This was on southbound I-10 at Chandler Boulevard on the right shoulder. That exit ramp there, that's where that is now. It's now a burned out car. And in Chandler, 202 eastbound, the Santan at Dobson. Car went off into the left shoulder there. It's in the dirt. The HOV lane is open, but soon a tow truck is probably going to show up to get in the way of that as well. So just stay alert. Another traffic report coming to you in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Appreciate it, Heather. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. All right. So, Gatos, this story out of Idaho, I haven't been paying that close attention, I admit it. This is the one where this guy killed 4 college students, you might remember. And when it happened, there was no suspects. Nobody knew what happened.
So I was on the air when that story broke.
Yeah.
It was like a year or two ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Year and a half, yeah, sure.
The crazy thing was police had no idea.
Nothing.
It was like a ghost went into a house and murdered a whole bunch of people. But the crazy thing was he didn't kill everybody. There were people in the house that slept through the whole night.
Right. And remember, they thought maybe somebody in the house had done it. And, it sounded like a horror movie, quite honestly.
They had no idea. Yeah.
Sounded like a horror movie.
Right.
Well, this guy pled guilty today to all 4 murders and will receive life in prison with no chance of parole. That's not the story. The story is that more than one of the families of the victims didn't like this plea deal and wanted, they either wanted the full trial to find out what really happened, or it seems some of them wanted the death penalty.
Yeah, there were families that were angry with the terms of the deal.
The family of Kaylee Gonzalez blasting prosecutors, saying 4 wonderful young people lost their lives, yet the victims' families were treated as opponents from the outset. We weren't even called about the plea. We received an email with a letter attached. That's how Latah County's prosecutor's office treats murder victims' families.
Oh, here is the father of Kaylee.
At the least, justice starts with an interview of the families to ask them what justice is. And we didn't get that.
So this is a serious question. I want to say, thankfully, I've never had to be involved in being a victim, a family member of some sort of violent crime like this. How much should the victims' families have How much say should they have in determining what charges they should pursue?
They should be heard.
I 100% agree they should be heard.
Should they be the deciding factor? Is that what you're asking?
Well, and that's probably not realistic. I mean, the prosecutors will make the end decision, but it's still not clear to me. Well, I guess it's clear from this standpoint. If they can get the guy to plead guilty, the prosecutor, then, they're done. It's a win for them. Guy goes to jail for the rest of his life, and they move on.
Yeah. No.
If they go to trial, it's expensive. Goodness knows. Guilty people have walked out of court before. You don't know what could happen.
You get the guarantee. I don't.
You take the guarantee that he's gone, or you say, no, we want the death penalty for this guy because he brutally murdered our child.
I'll just say, I'll try and put myself in this father's shoes. I want the death penalty. What this guy did was he murdered a bunch of people, and he decided, I don't want to go through the trial. I don't want the angst. I don't want the problem. Listen, I did it, and I said, let me go and just rot in jail.
He's been claiming he's innocent, and I read one interesting piece.
How can you claim you're innocent if you plead guilty?
Well, his defense team challenged every piece of evidence and everything and lost on all of it. And only when they lost on literally every piece of evidence that, by the way, pointed this guy did it, did he say, okay, fine, I'll plead guilty. But he was ready to go to trial if they could have won on some of the evidentiary hearings.
Yeah. I am with the families. I want to be heard. I want my statement to be taken to heart. If this guy murdered my kid, just getting through a quick trial of, hey, I just plead guilty, let me go to jail, is not enough for me.
Yeah.
Not enough for me. I might be showing up at that jailhouse telling people, you know what, how much is it going to cost to torture this guy? So I think the family got screwed here.
Yeah, but I tend to understand why the families would feel that way. I've never really heard of a case before, though, where a plea deal was accepted and the victims' families went, whoa, hold on. Usually you don't hear that. All right, we got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then coming up next, it's the big reveal. How much money?
I got my little thing here.
You have your thing? Oh, you're warming it up? Okay, warm up the timpani. Okay, hold on, do it again. All right, you're good on the drums.
It's warm. I got it.
How much money did you help us raise for St. Mary's and Outspoken Against Hunger? The big reveal coming up next on KTAR.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Watch and listen to all KTAR shows. Get exclusive interviews, podcasts, and highlights live or on demand. Anytime and from anywhere on the KTAR YouTube channel. Find KTAR News on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You're my financial advisor. I like you, Stuart, but do you have to like your financial advisor?
That is a fantastic question, and let me just tell you this. I think the biggest complaint I hear from people is that they don't hear from their advisor, and they don't really want to call them. Well, oftentimes that's because they don't like them very much. Now, it's important that you trust them and that you believe that they're competent. I think those are crucial. But I think it's really nice when you have a relationship because it makes it way easier to contact them. People that you dislike, you're way less likely to call. And I think it's important that you have someone to call that you like.
Yeah, and I've got his cell number. Maybe you should get his too and become a client of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, where they do financial and estate planning, insurance, and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Like your financial advisor. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The monsoon could get going at any time. The monsoon can generate super-powered thunderstorms with high winds, lightning, damaging hail, flooded roads, and other dangerous conditions.
We can squeeze out quite a bit of rain because we have almost essentially a tropical atmosphere.
Stay alert and stay informed by Arizona's largest radio news team, covering the monsoon all across the valley. KTAR News Storm Central on 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs Patriotic Tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
Meanwhile, Arizona U.S. Representative Yasmin Ansari voted to open impeachment proceedings against President Trump this week over the attacks on Iran. She also spoke with CNN about her take on military actions in the Middle East, saying the president should have informed Congress about his plan to strike Iran, even if past presidents on her side of the aisle didn't.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
If you can't have it paid by the time you go to court, then you're going to get an eviction judgment against you.
There were more than 7,000 eviction notices sent to renters in Maricopa County last month. KTAR's Ballinover Stoles is live in the news center this afternoon with the story.
It's about 200 less eviction filings from June last year, but remains higher than the previous 10-plus years. Jeff Katz of Community Legal Services helps out renters facing eviction and shares two issues he sees in the system.
The problem right now is there are no funds available in programs to help bring rent current, and there is nothing that requires the landlord to wait for payment.
And he believes state lawmakers should consider extending the eviction process so renters have more time to collect funds to pay landlords.
The bottom line is it's a law, and if you're trying to get a law change, that is the legislature. It is not the attorneys. It is not the judges.
Live in the news center, Ballinover Stoles, KTAR News.
The Oak Ridge fire that started last weekend is growing fast, and it shows no signs of slowing down.
The Oak Ridge fire on Navajo Nation land in eastern Arizona has surged to over 10,000 acres with 0% containment, prompting hundreds of evacuations. Over 300 firefighters are battling the blaze, which started Saturday southwest of Window Rock. 2 wood haulers are suspected of starting the fire while they were cutting fresh oak. The Navajo Nation has declared a state of emergency and enacted Stage 2 fire restrictions. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Just ahead of Independence Day, 7 people are reported missing after an explosion at a rural Northern California fireworks warehouse. The California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection says emergency crews and investigators are working with the property owner and using drones in their search. It isn't clear if those missing worked there or lived nearby. The blast last night set off a barrage of fireworks, caused a massive fire, as well as some other spot fires, and caused the building to collapse just north of Sacramento. Let's check on our roads now. Here's Heather Larson with a look at things live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I-10 westbound going through downtown Phoenix is pretty thick right now. There is a disabled vehicle to look out for on the right shoulder of the 10 westbound near 43rd Avenue. But I will tell you that traffic is a little bit more thick as you're approaching 51st Avenue. There was a car fire earlier on the southbound I-10 at Chandler Boulevard. That's on the right shoulder of the exit ramp. They're about to be towing that one away. So just be on the lookout if you're driving through there. And a wreck on the 101 westbound at 7th Street from earlier still has westbound traffic slow on the 101 Pima Freeway through that Desert Ridge area. But that is on the right shoulder now, so it's not affecting traffic as much as it was earlier. It's just another thing to look out for as you're driving through the area. We'll check traffic for you again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Our overnight low should be right around 90 degrees, and we do have a 40% chance of some monsoon activity, scattered and isolated storms and rain tonight and on into tomorrow. That 40% chance has been extended into Thursday as well. Our high tomorrow, 105. It's 105 right now in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
We're back. Gatos.
Bruce.
We have been outspoken against hunger all last month, raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank, making sure that kids don't go hungry over the summer when they're missing out on especially those meals they would get at school.
Yeah, in a second, what have I been saying all summer long? I've got numbers.
He's got the numbers.
All right. So let's kind of review.
Oh, there's a review.
Yeah, I think there's a review here.
Okay. Right.
So we started June thinking, let's ask our listeners for $40,000 because $40,000 is going to bring in 200,000 meals.
Yeah, it's like a round number, right? That works well.
All right. Jerry Brown is joining us from St. Mary's Food Bank. We were looking at that $40,000 and maybe 200,000 meals.
Pretty good.
And before we get to the numbers, we blew right past that, Jerry.
Yeah, it took about 2 weeks for me to get there.
We got great listeners, man. We got great listeners.
People open their hearts and their wallets.
And then in the middle of the whole thing, there was this breaking news story about Axon and Scottsdale and trying to
build this
great business.
Yeah, they're going to build their headquarters and going back and forth with the city of Scottsdale.
So the president of Axon, Josh Isner, joined us, and we talked about, what with the bill. We talked about the negotiations and how they were staying, and then
we were happy they were staying. We want them to stay here.
At the end of the interview, this happened. Take a listen.
Again, thanks a lot for the support.
Yeah.
Pleasure speaking with you guys. And if there's anything I can do for you in the future, don't hesitate to reach out.
Oh, boy.
Right,
careful what you wish for. You might get that here from Gatos again.
Oh yeah. I love it.
Josh, we do have this little fundraiser that we're doing, Outspoken Against Hunger.
Oh, man. Now that you guys brought up our stock, I feel I have to do it. All right.
You can help us feed some kids
We're
this
we're feeding
summer.
Kids over the summer, and we know you want to help.
Guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000
Oh, my Lanta.
for this effort.
$50,000.
Go raise the money, and we'll make it happen.
Josh, you're the man.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to talk about Axon being a good partner, right?
I told you I was going to ask about that.
You did. You did ask.
I did. All right. So Josh said he's going to throw in $50,000. It's interesting. Joining us now as well is the president of Axon, Josh Isner. Hey, Josh, how are you, my friend?
How we doing, gents? Good to talk to you again.
There you are, boss. All right. Okay.
Man, you ready for the big reveal? We are all set.
Get your checkbook out first, Josh.
I'm ready to pay the piper here.
Yeah,
for sure.
Take your checkbook out.
All right. So, I've got numbers.
Okay.
If you take the $50,000 that Josh is going to give.
Yeah, he's going to match.
I think everybody wants to know, well, how much did our listeners chip in?
Oh, okay.
And that number is... This is not me doing a drum roll live. I am a drummer, but this is not live. It's recorded.
You could have gotten away with it. It's radio.
Okay, it's
keep
real.
going.
$73,413.
Yeah, that is phenomenal.
And if you take the 50 from Axon, that's $123,413. That equals not 200,000 meals.
How many meals? Yeah, somebody did the math.
617,000 plus meals.
Outstanding.
How about that? All right, there you go.
Thank you,
Awesome
everyone
job,
listening.
guys. Congratulations.
And Josh, thanks so much to you and an incredible community partner in Axon. We sincerely appreciate
Josh,
that.
why did you throw the $50,000 in other than
guilt?
Made you?
Yeah.
Look, happy to always support great causes in the Valley, and certainly, supporting kids during the time where they're not getting fed at school is a worthy cause. So, more than happy to support this initiative. Congratulations, guys, on how much money you raised in a month. That is truly incredible, and we're honored to be a part of it.
And you're going to be honored to be a part of it next year as well.
I mean, are you guys looking for sales jobs on the side here? You guys pretty good at closing here, but I feel like it's got to be a yes now. So we'll make this an annual thing.
Oh, that is phenomenal. Any cities that need to upgrade their Axon equipment, by the way, now's a good time to do it. Okay, see, we're working.
100%.
We're working on this. Okay.
See, Bruce, I told you I wouldn't put him on the spot.
Yeah, I knew you were going to. You should get used to it.
Hey, Josh, you are awesome. It was so cool of you to do that.
Yeah.
And you really helped ignite, a fire under people. And
I think so.
And I think it really helped us raise this type of money. So thank you. And
sincerely appreciate it.
We'll talk to you before next year.
Sure thing. And logistically, just please shoot me a note offline, and we'll make sure we get a check out to you guys, out to St. Mary's. And thank you again for the great leadership on this, and just awesome to see.
Well, thanks a lot to Josh Isner, president at Axon, and for their amazing contribution. We appreciate it.
Cool. Sounds good, guys. Have a great summer. Thanks a lot.
You as well.
He's awesome.
So what, total 123 large?
I'll read it again. Here we go. So Axon chipped in the $50K. KTAR listeners, $73,413.
Wow.
And here's the cool, a little bit behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Okay. When we ask you to text the word food to 620, Bruce sees it all. I don't see it at all.
I see the text messages.
Right. I don't know where to get that, and I don't, because you guys complain about me all the time, and I don't want to hear it.
They complain much more about me, but it's okay.
In terms of the dollars coming in, Jerry.
Yeah.
You and I get to see that.
Right.
And it's really fun to refresh the page and see so many people just pouring money in, whether it's $10, whether it's $1,000, and then they leave a message of why they were doing it. Was Jerry Brown is back with us from St. Mary's. Was there one message that people left after texting that got to you? Because some of these were just incredible.
They were really heartfelt.
The man who came over from Vietnam.
Oh my goodness!
Unbelievable.
Starving.
Talked about. He knew exactly what it was like.
Was seeing a mountain of food and crying when he walked into a grocery store.
Yeah.
Just amazing. Let me give you guys a little. Last year we did fabulous, right?
We
did over $40,000. We had 197 people donate last year. That called up and donated.
Okay.
This year, 581 people donated, because last year we had two $10,000 gifts from companies who came in. It was fabulous, fantastic. That $73,000 was all listener-generated money.
Yeah.
And no donation was larger than $5,000. We had one $5,000 donation, but the average donation was about $120.
Oh, my gosh.
Tremendous.
So, over 500 people donated. Axon gave the $50,000.
Right.
You add that to the 73 plus, you get over $123,000, which is going to go to St. Mary's Food Bank. 617,065 meals. I mean, the listeners came and they gave, and this means a lot to St. Mary's.
Absolutely. And especially this time of the year, there's so much going on. And this is the time of the year that you guys have talked about it. The amount of people in need rises, but the amount of donations that we get during the summertime really sags.
Because people are they're on vacation, they're out of town, right. Whatever it might be.
And the people who are left behind are the people who can't go on vacation.
Exactly.
That's not an option. They're kind of slugging through the 110 degree temperatures. So to have this happen, we get a lot of great donations during the holidays. A lot of people step up in November and December. June, not so much.
I hear you. Will you please make sure to thank all of the people at St. Mary's, your employees and your volunteers, because they're doing an amazing job. And by the way, they're doing it in this weather as well. and we are so thankful that they are there serving.
We have
the
about
community.
250 employees at St. Mary's Food Bank, so many thousands of volunteers. And I can't tell you how many people have come up to me over the last 30 days. Hey, I'm watching, I'm following along. I see where you're at, because we didn't make, it's out there. It's available for people to see, and they're following along, and they're timesing things by 5 and understanding what's going on, and they're as happy about it as the people who are receiving the money.
I just texted Josh Isner and said, can we up it from $50,000?
Here we go.
Is that too early?
Oh, no.
Is that wrong?
The man is unbelievably generous.
He's coming after you.
No.
You're going to have to change it to like Zap Hunger or something. You're going to have to change the name.
Jerry, you're awesome. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for helping us out. Goodness, certainly couldn't have done it without you this whole month. And we'll do it again next year.
And thank you to everybody who donated.
Thank you.
And the large donations are great, but the amount of 150 and 20 and 10 and the two kids who gave $5 out of their piggy bank.
The 5 and the 7-year-old.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. $123,413 going to St. Mary's. Well over 600,000 meals. You guys out there helped a lot of people. All right, up next, we got to talk about P. Diddy. He's a pig. Why wasn't he convicted of sex trafficking today? Next.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about Trajan Wealth. Listen, we just did a great job raising money for other people. It might make you start thinking about your own retirement. And do you have enough money to retire? Are you worried about outliving your retirement? I mean, the thought of going back to work after retiring sounds terrifying, doesn't it? Don't be afraid to make the call. Don't be afraid to reach out to the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth and start the conversation. Learn what your options are. Learn what you should be doing and could be doing today. It starts with a phone call, and there's no obligation. 480-990-3300. It's 480-990-3300. You can also find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Don't wait another day. Reach out now. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Homeowners, the last time you needed a plumber or AC tech, did you feel like you were held hostage? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At PlumSmart, when you need our service, we send a servant. And the best way to serve you is what we charge. Our cost is 30 to 50% less. Whether replacing a hose bib or a new Trane air conditioner, discover PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air at about half the price because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. It's just PlumSmart.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Brian Kohberger has officially changed his plea to guilty for the murders of 4 University of Idaho College students in 2022.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes. Kohberger's victims included 20-year-old Valley native Xana Kernoodle. The change in plea means Kohberger will spend the rest of his life behind bars, but avoids a potential death sentence. He was scheduled to go on trial in August, but instead he will formally be sentenced later this month. Now, the family of one of the 4 students murdered, Kaylee Goncalves, is not happy with the plea deal. Kaylee's mother, Christy, calls it anything but justice.
The defendant is the devil. Literally.
The parents of the other victims are satisfied with the agreement, saying it avoids years of possible appeals by Kohberger and his legal team. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now let's check the road home this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash blocking the right lane of the 101 loop westbound near 51st Avenue. A disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of the 10 westbound near 43rd Avenue. Also a wreck on the 101 westbound at 7th Street. That's still there. It is on the right shoulder now. Basically, most of the 101 westbound on the north end of the city. That is all slow. And in Chandler, we've got a wreck slowing down the intersection of Arizona Avenue and Ray Road. And we'll check traffic again in just about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, you can lose fat, you can gain muscle, you can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed you have lack of energy, brain fog, trouble in the bedroom possibly, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. The truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than their dads ever did. There's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. You're not talking about supplements here. Talking about real prescription testosterone. No supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it can boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality for a limited time at redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Have an amazing 4th of July. LaDonna Harvey and I are taking a few days off, but since the news never goes on vacation, Heidi Hummel and Noah Lonnie Graff will be here for Arizona's Morning News Thursday, 5 to 8 a.m.
Slacker. Oh, for goodness sakes. Again, thank all of you, everyone who donated to Outspoken Against Hunger. Congratulations to St. Mary's Food Bank, and a special thanks goes out to Josh Isner and the team at Axon in Scottsdale for their $50,000 match.
Yeah, I want to thank Sharp and LaDonna for helping us do this, too.
Did.
Broomhead was huge.
Yep.
Went on his show a bunch of times.
Chris and Joe let us come on and talk about it.
Job.
Yeah.
So thank you to the rest of the shows here at the station.
Yeah.
It's just huge. 617,000 meals we're going to deliver thanks to all of you.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I admit I haven't been following this trial intently. The Puffy, the P. Diddy, the Sean Puffy Combs, whatever you want to call him this week, trial. But it seems like we got a bit of a mixed verdict today. One that, I mean, if you're him, you wanted to be found innocent on everything, I suppose. But maybe the most serious charges, it looks like, he's not going to jail for those.
You know, I looked at this kind of quickly every day, and some of the things that the women were saying on the stand.
Oh, horrible, right?
I've never heard anything so horrible.
Yeah.
The way that this man treated women, he embarrassed them in many different ways. Belittled, hurt. And so when you see that, you know, you're like, let's throw the book at this guy. Well, I understand that you want to do that, and I wanted to do it, but the law is the law, and when it comes to sex trafficking, does what he did fall into what the law actually says?
Well, and I have to kind of rely on legal experts, and I saw more than one say they thought that the prosecutors overcharged, that they probably could have found him guilty on lesser charges, but they kind of swung for the fences.
Right.
And it looks like they missed.
Okay. So here's what I got. Here's what I saw with the sex trafficking. Was he sex trafficking women? Experts will tell you that no, what he was doing was disgusting and despicable. I mean, the women involved reported trauma, coercion.
Mm-hmm.
But here's why they're saying it's not sex trafficking. They retained housing. They retained communication. They retained whatever career they were doing. They retained a job. They were not legally or physically confined. I think when we think of sex trafficking, and it happens all over the world, and it happens right here in Phoenix, too.
But we think of people being held against their will.
And that's what really sex trafficking is. You're held against your will. The women in P. Diddy's case were not held against their will.
I think it's safe to say.
I guess, like, I'm thinking 24/7.
24/7. They
locked up.
Right. They walked away, and then part of the defense's argument was they voluntarily came back. Again, I no way want to defend what he did. I have zero issue that he's a pretty bad guy.
Right.
He's hardly the only one, though. And there seems to be a bit of a trend. And you think about some of the other people in the music business who have gotten caught up in things like this. And you know what? We've probably all seen it. I've certainly seen it with my own eyes. When you have people like this, they are surrounded by folks that just tell them yes all the time, that cater to their every whim, that are not going to ever be the one to say no, because if you say no, you're off the gravy train. You know? And it seems like there was a lot of that going on in his world. A lot of enablers around him, and nobody saying, hey, I don't think we should be doing this.
It was a very grisly, sick case to kind of watch from the outside. A lot of drug, a lot of really kind of manipulating awful things.
He did end up getting convicted on 2 prostitution counts, and the judge denied bail, so he will remain in jail.
I wonder how long he's going to go to jail for.
That's unclear at this point. Right?
I hope he goes to jail for a long time.
Yeah. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us, and the War Room is coming up next, including a first-time guest inside the War Room. It's on the way. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your windows. I want you, when you get home, look out that window. You're gonna be like, yeah, that's not very good. I could barely see the outside. Well, now imagine looking through beautiful, gorgeous, crystal clear glass framed in a stunning modern style. This is what happens when you hire Advanced Window Products. And not only are your windows draining your energy bill, they're dragging down your curb appeal. And so at Advanced Window Products, by the way, 39 years in business, nobody better. They're going to help you, the Arizona homeowner, transform the look and feel of your home inside and out. And so make your home look brand new. Here's the Gato Summer Special limited time. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Give your home that facelift. Advanced Window Products, 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Summer is a busy time. Graduations, weddings, pool parties, vacations. I'm Jamie West. That can mean a lot of eating out, but don't let that keep you from starting the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss program. There are no prepackaged foods or counting points or calories, and there are no shots or drugs. It works with your busy lifestyle. I lost about 50 pounds, and I'm keeping it off because of their exclusive 3-step protocol. It helps restore your metabolism, and you'll see results quickly. I lost 8 pounds the first week. You can lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks just by eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. So quit finding excuses and get started today. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Help end Arizona's summer blood shortages at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive. Join us Sunday, July 6th from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. All donors get a $20 Vitalant Rewards gift card, a Suns Up, Sleeves Up t-shirt or tank. And one lucky donor will be one of the 10 finalists for a 2025 VW Taos S. Don't let summer slowdowns cost lives. Schedule your appointment now at Vitalant.org/saveaz. Let's save lives together.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. As debate continues on President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, final passage by the U.S. House could come as soon as tonight.
Democrats have been outspoken against the Republican spending bill for months. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton explains the cuts to Medicaid will make private health insurance more expensive.
But this bill
would take over 300,000 of our fellow Arizonans off of healthcare, the ability to see a primary care physician, healthcare through the Medicaid program. Obviously, that will be devastating.
He's also worried about cuts to the federal food assistance program known as SNAP and the impact to the economy from the loss of the clean energy tax credit if the measure passes. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is vowing to vote down this Trump-backed mega bill.
So all we need are 4 Republicans to join us in support of their constituents, to have John McCain level courage and stand up in defense of the health care of the American people.
If you can't have it paid by the time you go to court, then you're going to get an eviction judgment against you.
There were more than 7,000 eviction notices filed in Maricopa County last month. Jeff Katz with Community Legal Services helps renters in need. He believes lawmakers should consider extending the eviction process so people have more time to pay their late rent. He says paying the landlord is the only way a renter can get out of eviction, adding Arizona law restricts the arguments usable in court.
But it can buy me a boat.
Multiple law enforcement agencies in Arizona are going to be looking out for liquored-up boaters this holiday weekend. It's part of a national initiative called Operation Dry Water to cut down on people operating a boat under the influence, which Major Danny Rodriguez with the Arizona Game and Fish Department says can be just as dangerous as driving drunk.
You're getting tired from being out in the sun. You're getting fatigued with being in the water. You compound that with possibly not eating, or you're just drinking all day for hours on end. You start adding all these effects. It just makes for a bad recipe for operating a boat.
Make sure you designate a sober driver, have enough life jackets for everyone on board, and plenty of drinking water. Some disturbing new details in what police are calling a road rage shooting in Tempe yesterday. Officers now tell us there were young children in both of the vehicles involved. 46-year-old Dustin Jackson's been booked into jail on a number of charges, including first-degree murder, following the shooting in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive, which left 29-year-old Stephen Bevan dead. None of the children were hurt. Well, there's some bad news for Tesla.
Tesla deliveries are down more than 14% compared to a year ago, with the electric vehicle maker delivering a little over 384,000 vehicles in the second quarter. That's compared to over 440,000 over the same period in 2024. Tesla is facing increased competition in the EV space, especially from Chinese automakers, and backlash from CEO Elon Musk's political activities. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Let's check on traffic right now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Your slowest spots in the Valley right now are I-17 southbound approaching the 101. The 101 westbound in general has been pretty slow all afternoon. That hasn't changed. And if you're headed north on the 202 per usual to get to westbound I-10, that is slow, but also between the stack and that 202 junction, that is also pretty slow westbound right now. On the city streets, we've got a wreck at 19th Avenue in Beardsley. That's just south of the 101 on the roads there. And in Chandler, Arizona Avenue and Ray Road, still a slow intersection due to a much earlier wreck. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota's 4th of July sale is going on now. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Still a 40% chance of some monsoon rain and storms tonight and now on into Thursday as well. Overnight low 90, tomorrow's high 105, and by Friday 105 for the high, but a very, very slight chance that we'll see any showers on the 4th of July. Right now it's 106 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room, a political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
And The War Room is live on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can watch, you can listen. Thank you for being a part of this. We got an hour here in the War Room every Wednesday at 5. Let's look at our panel, and let's get right to business. We've got co-founder of Lumen Strategies, Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson. Hi, Stacey.
Hi, hello.
We've got former Arizona Republican Congressman Matt Salmon back with the group. Matt, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
And we've got a newbie.
First-timer?
Former Phoenix Democratic Mayor Paul Johnson is sitting over. How are you doing, Paul?
Go easy on me.
Oh, no, you're going to do just fine.
I'm going to defer my time to Paul.
So let's start with the big, beautiful bill.
Oh.
We're going to get to what Governor Hobbs told us, what she thought of the bill and how it concerns Arizonans. She was with us yesterday. But if you look at the polling, take a listen to the polling. Do Americans like the big, beautiful bill? Take a listen.
They don't think of it as one big, beautiful bill. They think of it as one big, bad bill. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at the big, beautiful bill, net favorable ratings. I got 5 different polls for you on the screen, and you don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that these are horrible, horrible, horrible numbers. Washington Post, minus 19 points. Pew Research Center, minus 20 points. Fox News, minus 21 points. Quinnipiac University, minus 26 points. And then KFF takes the cake at minus 29 points on the net favorable rating. Holy Toledo, you just never see numbers this poor.
What makes this bill so unpopular?
Is it just the Medicaid talk alone?
No.
No?
And Paul and I were talking about this before we came in, but the implications to the federal debt, I think, are probably the greatest. That's $3.6 trillion.
Can I push back?
Push back.
I am a...
This is the war room.
Fiscal conservative.
Yeah.
I don't think the government should spend a penny more than it brings in revenue. I don't think anybody else cares. People don't care about the debt and the deficit. They couldn't give a hoot about it.
I totally disagree.
They don't see how it impacts them.
I think you are seeing more now than ever people becoming conscious of how much our government is spending. It also has a significant impact on Trump's coalition. Trump's coalition is 3 parts. It's the America Firsters, that's one portion. It's the old Reagan Republicans who have, a view of how the United States should serve around the world. Both of those are in conflict. But then you have the tech libertarians. And the tech libertarians, I guarantee you, overwhelmingly, they think we're spending too much money. Government's too big. It's competing with them for capital. It has a negative effect on their business's ability to work. Now, regardless of that, if you're looking at the best interest of this nation, this is overwhelming. Forget about the $5 trillion. We're going to go from $37 trillion in our debt to $60 trillion in 10 years. Now, you look at that number. Ray Dalio points out that if interest rates stay 5 to 7%, you're talking about almost half of the federal budget will be spent in debt payments.
Just to pay the debt.
Democrats and Republicans better get their arms around this. And right now, the Republicans are spending not only more than did Biden. Here's what's worse. The only answer by the Democrats is you're not spending enough.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Nobody cares. The average voter.
The
average voter does not care, and we see
About?
it about the national debt right now. What they care about is there were a handful of promises made in November that they voted for that turn out to be and they voted for Trump, and it's against their self-interest. Egg prices aren't down. We're in conflict in the Middle East. We haven't gotten the Hamas and Israel fight settled.
Yeah.
And so the big beautiful bill, they're not zeroing in on the total amount of the national debt and what's that going to mean for their grandchildren's future. They're mad that things haven't gotten better for them. They still can't move. Interest rates are too high. Their rent hasn't gone down. That's what
Stacey,
this is.
can I
And
just
slowly
hit this,
the cost of other goods is going to be inching up because of the tariff.
That's
exactly.
right.
Exactly.
And by the way, Stacey is better at politics than I ever was. I've worked with her before in the past. She's outstanding at those issues.
We all love Stacey.
That's right. But here's what I would tell you.
Okay.
Bill Clinton got in front of the country a long time ago, and he said, hey, there is a direct connection between the deficits that we're spending and your interest rates. Now, my own personal opinion is I think we should get close to balanced. Ray Dalio points out that we should be about 3% of GDP, whichever side you're on. But here's the thing. So my tax rate is 37% instead of 39%. Okay, well, my interest rate's 5% instead of 3%, and it may go to 7%. That has a significant effect on my life, a big effect, much more so than going from 37
getting
to
the
39.
tax cut. Yeah, you're going to more than eat that up in interest payments.
But it takes leadership to sell that.
And
you
connect
can't just
those dots.
That's right.
And the amount of money that we're spending,
consumers.
the amount of money that we'll be spending on interest on the debt alone exceeds what we're spending on all of our military.
But what about your eggs? How are your eggs?
How are your eggs?
How much is a dozen eggs?
That's right. That's right. And people, I think that people do understand that there is a correlation. They know that in their private life, you can't overspend and you can't pay off your MasterCard with your Visa.
All right, we are inside.
You got to balance.
We're inside the war room. We've got Stacey Pearson, Matt Salmon, Paul Johnson. What we're talking about is the big, beautiful bill. The poll numbers that we played the clip, Americans hate it. We asked you guys what makes the bill so unpopular. Here's part of the study that looked into what Americans think.
Donald Trump was reelected back in November because the American people thought that his policies and his agenda during the first term helped their family, or more likely to help than hurt their family. It is the exact opposite when it comes to the big, beautiful bill. All right, Trump's policies in your family. The big, beautiful bill, get this, just 23% of Americans say that the policies or the big, beautiful bill helps their family, compared to 49% who say that they hurt their family. Very different than Trump's first term agenda, where you saw the help at 44%, outranking the hurt at 31%. The bottom line is, Boris Sanchez, when you get more than double the percentage of Americans who say a bill hurts their family than helps them, no wonder it is one of the most unpopular pieces of legislation that I have ever seen.
So people aren't feeling it, for lack of better terms.
Well, and this is why the Democrats lost in November. We refuse to acknowledge that during COVID, when we were sending money to families to stay afloat, that they were going to think they were better off. I mean, Democrats couldn't wrap their brains around the fact that childcare was less expensive, people weren't spending as much as on gas, they weren't going out to eat as often, and they had money between paydays.
Yeah, it was new to them, right?
It's true. So we're inside the war room. The big, beautiful bill, they say, would add $3.3 trillion to the national debt. Let's hear a little bit about what Governor Hobbs said. She's concerned about the bill for Arizonans. Governor Hobbs on our show yesterday.
I am concerned about this bill at so many levels, and we've talked about this before. The version that came out of the House, or out of the Senate, this morning, is much worse than the House version. The House version was very bad. What we know is that it will cut health care for hundreds of thousands of Arizonans, but
when you say that, what does that mean?
Arizonans who rely on Medicaid to get their health care. But that it doesn't only harm those Arizonans. There are many hospitals and health centers across the state, and rural Arizona in particular, that will go under if they don't have those Medicaid dollars paying for care that they're giving. So that means everyone who relies on those healthcare centers and hospitals is going to have their access to care compromised. That could be the difference in life or death for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Arizonans. That's number one.
So I want to ask our guests, okay? Stacey, Matt, Paul, whoever wants to respond to it. Can you have it both ways?
No way.
But my point is, you can't right-size the government and not cut nothing. It's got to come from somewhere.
You got to
right?
come from somewhere.
Right?
And I think there has been a feeling for a long time that there's far too many working able Americans that aren't working. And this idea, it was back to, what we did as Republicans back in the 90s when Bill Clinton was president. We passed work requirements to be able to get welfare. Then Obama got rid of all of them. But the fact is...
But during COVID, it went through the roof, didn't it?
But it cut the welfare rolls by over half. And the fact is, you've heard so many times, the people that are trying to defend the whole migrant situation, we need the labor. Why? Because American people won't do those jobs. Well, you can't have it both ways there, too.
Either, right? Good point.
All right, we're inside the war room. We've got Stacey Pearson, Matt Salmon, Paul Johnson, and we got plenty of time. We got 45 minutes left. What's our next issue here, Bruce?
We're going to be talking about another issue that it talks about federal government and its impact on Arizona. Why did Trump push the pause button on your kids' education? There's a big chunk of money missing. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken inside the war room on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:15, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump and House Speaker Mike Johnson are hoping to spark hardliners and holdouts into voting for the mega budget bill. Both are working the phones trying to get Republicans on board. Here's ABC's Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
At this hour, the vote's still not there for the bill that includes roughly $4 trillion in tax cuts, mostly for the wealthy, and new spending on immigration enforcement. Hardline conservative Republicans angry that the bill could add $3.4 trillion to the debt over the next decade. Moderates concerned cuts to Medicaid could force an estimated 11.8 million people to lose their insurance.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now, let's get you home. Here's Heather Larson with a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck at 99th Avenue in Camelback. That's just west of the 101 Agua Fria Freeway. Another wreck at 67th Avenue in Indian School. Another one at 19th Avenue in Beardsley, just south of the 101. And in Chandler, a wreck at the intersection of Arizona Avenue and Ray Road. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
So the other issue, at least regarding money and the state of Arizona, has to do with federal education grants and funding for schools, where the Trump administration notified every state, by the way, all of them, that it was withholding over $6 billion. Arizona's cut of that, $118 million in K through 12 education funding. It accounts to just over 10%, actually, of the education dollars in Arizona.
Yeah, we asked Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, what specifically is this going to cut here in Arizona? And here's what she told us yesterday.
So my understanding is these funds specifically go towards after-school enrichment programs and other enrichment programs, things that really enhance public education and public education that 90% of Arizona students rely on, and programs that help with adult education. Regardless of what programs are impacted, these are funds that school districts were counting on, and now they're not there. And so that creates all kinds of uncertainty for the upcoming school year and how to address those needs.
So why did Trump pause it? Why is he pausing $6 billion in approved federal education grants to schools? What's the backstory? Can anyone?
It was on page 453 of Project 2025. I mean, dismantling the Department of Education was always the plan. And there was so much in there, much like the debt or the deficit, folks stopped paying attention. There was too much bad news. They tuned out.
Yeah, there's a lot that's happening, and it's hard to keep up with it. You know, the Republicans for a long time have not liked the Department of Education. And by the way, to be fair to them, you don't have to spend money through the Department of Education to give out grants. You could spend it through a variety of other means.
Sure.
It's hard to discuss why Donald Trump does anything. I just don't plan to make that part of my discussion.
You're going to be better off in the long term.
But what I do believe is that there are a lot of inconsistencies that I see that are coming out of the federal government. The real question I think that we should be asking is, where's our priority? And if you were asking me where to prioritize, I'm in the healthcare industry. I own a company called Redirect Health. I believe healthcare is important, but it isn't even close to being as important as education. My understanding of a lot of the grants that come out of the Department of Education is that they end up going to kids who are oftentimes special needs students, that it's disproportionate in terms of that. Matt probably knows better on that one than I do. But my own personal opinion is it's an area where I think our spending ends up being more justified. It's the single most important thing that we have to do, which is to prepare a labor force and our kids to be able to compete in the upcoming world.
I've always heard this terminology, and you guys have been involved in it before. A budget is a statement of values.
Right.
It's kind of
a blueprint.
A blueprint. It's what you're about.
Right.
And education just isn't what they're about.
Look,
I mean, is there another argument against that?
I'm going to be the contrarian a little bit.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Not that I don't agree with you 1,000% that education is incredibly important and providing adequate funds is important, but I've been one of those people that felt like we should get rid of the federal Department of Education, and I think we should take all those funds and block grant them back to the states and let the states determine their education priorities and spend the money they
on
think.
a local level.
Yeah, on the local level. I would rather see that. As far as, though, the freeze on those dollars, my big concern with that is when something is appropriated by the Congress and then the president unilaterally claws the funding back or stops the funding, I believe that's unconstitutional. Only the Congress, through Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, has the power of the purse. And when the money has been appropriated by the Congress, only Congress can draw those funds back or cut those funds for the future. And Linda McMahon, who's the Secretary of Education, it sounds like has made some kind of a unilateral decision. I think they got bad advice. They're being sued all over the country on this, and I think they're going to lose. But make no mistake, I go back. I do not believe a federal Department of Education, which didn't even exist in this country until 1979, is essential for the education of our children. I think the better thing would be to keep the money in Arizona in the first place and decide with our elected leaders, our education leaders, how the money's going to be spent.
I'm not going to be a big defender of the Department of Education either. To me, if you're getting the money to the schools, that's what matters. The only thing I might say to that is, I don't know why Donald Trump is doing what he's doing. I don't know if it's temporary, short-term, long-term. I can't give you the answer to that. What I do think is that we have a pattern of a problem here where Congress isn't standing up for themselves.
They're totally giving away their Article 1 authority. And I remember when George Will, who I have phenomenal respect for, came and spoke to the Republicans on the House and the Democrat side, and he said, you have nobody to blame but yourselves that you're becoming irrelevant. There are 3 branches of government, and you can't have 2 branches controlling everything. The Supreme Court making a decision on what's constitutional and what's not, and the president doing everything through executive order.
I love Senator McCain's speech on that, too.
And you know what? And Senator Goldwater wouldn't have put up with this either.
No.
Congress needs to get back in the game. There are 3 branches of government. Do your constitutional responsibility and stand up and reclaim Article 1 authority.
Well, former Congressman Salmon making an impassioned plea for this. You did see that with Senator Tillis, who the minute he said that, announced, I can't run for re-election anymore. He said he wasn't running, but he wasn't going to get re-elected doing it.
That's the sad thing.
Yeah, you got to believe many more of them believe it.
People dropping like flies because they're afraid of El Jefe.
Yeah.
And that is not the right way, the right reason to do something.
By the way, I think you're going to see more of that in both parties because the existing partisan system, when you really get done looking at it, somewhere around 8 to 10% of the people vote inside the partisan primaries. It's very easy for a dynamic political leader, especially who's president, to be able to manipulate that and make it very difficult for people to reject their agenda. My own personal opinion is we need to find some type of change that opens that process up and that doesn't allow it to be this easy to primary someone.
Fingers crossed. Your mouth to God's ears. That's former Phoenix Mayor Paul Johnson. Also, co-founder of Lumen Strategies, Stacey Pearson is in here. And former Congressman for the great state of Arizona, Matt Salmon. Up next, will Arizona build a desert Alcatraz to jail illegal immigrants? Are we going to compete with Florida for this? It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, let me tell you about the benefits of Connecticut water. First of all, you are using something in your house that is inadequate dozens of times a day. That's water. Water in your house is bad. It tastes bad. It looks bad. It smells bad. When you get a Connecticut, your water becomes perfect. So here's really the benefits of getting a Connecticut system. When you cook with Connecticut water, the food will taste better. Do you like coffee in the morning? Your coffee will taste better when you use Connecticut water, not the filth that comes out of your tap. How about washing your clothes? The soft water helps your garments last a lot longer. How about a shower? Yeah, like my wife says this. She used to use all these hair products to help make her hair softer and shinier, and now she doesn't use a single one of those products. It's the soft water. It's Connecticut water. So I want you to get a Connecticut system. Call 602-910-6570. You can also visit them at aquazona.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS?
Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get two select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I am with Alexander Hobby, a recent graduate of Midwestern University with a degree in speech-language pathology. But that is not where your story started, Alex, is it?
No, it actually started in 2020. I went to a different school for a dental program, and then I just started flunking out. They wanted to dismiss me from the program, and I didn't know why. Went to an audiologist, was diagnosed with auditory processing disorder, and decided to go to Midwestern to major in speech-language pathology to help others like me.
So what was your experience like at the Midwestern clinics?
The doctors were very patient with me. The professors understood where I was coming from, and I was able to treat patients like myself, similar to me, and it was just a great experience all around.
And you're going to use it to help others. That's amazing.
Definitely.
To learn more about Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, where you can receive unhurried care like I do, and all of the Midwestern University clinics, including dental, vision, and family medicine, visit mwuclinics.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KTAR News now.
Coming up on 5:30, good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Maricopa County has released June eviction numbers. KTAR's Ballin Oversouls joins us now live from the News Center.
Last month, more than 7,000 eviction cases were filed in Maricopa County, putting us on track to end the year around 85,000 total eviction filings. Jeff Katz of Community Legal Services says those numbers don't surprise him based on what he hears from renters.
Have continued to be high, difficulties with people losing jobs, and there's difficulty in that there's no real rental assistance available, so they're going to continue to remain high.
And to get out of eviction, a renter must pay the landlord all back rent plus fees. If that can't happen, removal from a home can happen in just days.
Because of the loss of a job, reduced hours, not having a job, they are not able to come up with the money to pay.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Oversouls, KTAR News.
More than half a dozen people remain unaccounted unaccounted for after a massive explosion at a fireworks factory in California. ABC's Trevor Alt has the story.
911 operators overwhelmed with calls from residents saying the blast shook their homes.
I thought it was an earthquake.
Authorities say 7 people are unaccounted for after this stunning explosion at a California fireworks warehouse. Massive flames erupting over and over Tuesday night in Yolo County outside Sacramento. Some of those dangerous fireworks igniting.
Rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy, the most serious of the charges he was facing, but guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. After the verdict, he proclaimed he was coming home, but that didn't happen. Combs was denied bail. He'll stay behind bars until his October 3rd sentencing. ABC's Rena Roy tells us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan what led to the judge's decision.
This hearing just wrapped up a couple of minutes ago, and Combs really put up a fight with his defense team. At one point, he raised his hand to try and speak, seemingly in his own defense, but instead, the judge ignored him. So Combs was sending multiple notes to his defense team, and they were really pleading with the judge after he was denied bail.
And we're learning more about what police call a road rage shooting in the area of Warner Road and Priest Drive in Tempe yesterday, which left a man dead. Officers tell us 46-year-old Dustin Jackson was booked into jail on several charges, including first-degree murder. The victim has been identified as 29-year-old Stephen Bevan. Investigators say there were young children in both men's vehicles. None of them were hurt. Taking a look at the roads this afternoon for us now, Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you so much, Becky Lynn. We've got something new happening above the valley, way north of the valley. Well, we'll call it the Norterra area. How about that? We've got a crash blocking the HOV lane on the 17 northbound. This is near Dixoletta. The backup starts at Jomax and goes up through Norterra. So if you have to head north of that right now, you're going to spend a little extra time there. In Phoenix, we got a wreck, 99th Avenue and Camelback. That's on the city streets just west of the 101 Agua Fria Freeway. And also in Phoenix, 19th Avenue and Beardsley just south of the 101. We're going to check traffic again in about 15 minutes. This is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
40% chance that some parts of the valley are going to see some rain and some storms tonight, just some isolated storms, but that continues right on into Thursday as well. Overnight low 90, 105 for the high on Thursday, and right now in Fountain Hills, it's 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, second half of the War Room. Here we go. Joining us on the panel, we've got Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson. We've got former Arizona Republican Congressman Matt Salmon. And we got the former Democratic Phoenix Mayor, Paul Johnson. What's your new book? What's it titled? We had John a few weeks ago.
What's Right with America? By the way, I get called an idiot over that name more than any other time in my life. Everybody goes, what is right with America? And the whole point of the book is there's a lot right with America.
All right, go check the book out. Let's get into immigration. Let's get into some deportations. Let's get into the border. First, Florida is opening up a new migrant detention facility. Let's take a listen.
President Trump Tuesday visiting the remote airfield in the Everglades that his administration is turning into a new migrant detention facility. Operations there start today, and the facility will eventually hold up to 5,000 people. Asked if the location, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz by the administration, was chosen specifically because of the conditions, that if detainees escape, they could get eaten by an alligator or a snake, the president told reporters, yes.
Snakes are fast, but alligators are, we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison.
All right. So why don't we start there, and then we'll get to what we're doing in Arizona. You know, Paul, you mentioned in the last segment you don't try and get into Trump's head. I do, and I enjoy it. Listen, I don't like anything about this. I think it's disgusting. All right, but he's doing this for people who haven't even come here yet. That's the only reason. I think he's doing this to show people that are thinking of coming to America, you don't do it, because look where we're going to put you.
Yeah.
That's my take and understanding of it. I'm not saying it's right, but does anyone else agree with that, or am I full of garbage?
Well, he talked about putting Americans in there also. So.
Yeah, my own personal opinion is, well, first I want to give a compliment to the president. I think the idea that we have pretty much stopped the illegal crossings, I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. And I think he should take a victory lap for that.
Absolutely.
He had to drive up and down the border and talk about how great a thing he's done. Sometimes that guy cannot declare victory, but he should be declaring victory on that one.
Agreed.
The second thing I would say, I'm a big supporter of a merit-based system. We do have some need here. PhD, scientists, workers, and I can tell you in the construction industry there's a need for workers. But while I agree with the president on doing a good job on stopping the crossings, look, I think those words, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that didn't say all Americans. I mean, we have a fundamental belief that people should be treated with dignity. And when I see this, it's disheartening to me. It's not who I think America should be. I don't think that he needs to do it politically. I think he's accomplished his goal. And again, if I were him, I'd declare victory on it. But the idea that we're creating an Alcatraz to harm people who are poor and who were employed by American companies.
Oh, they're working at Mar-a-Lago.
Got
here,
right? That to me, I just don't like. I think it's the wrong approach.
It's a lot of the same shtick that Arpaio did, with the tent city. And the truth is, when you looked at tent city, and as I did, and I went there as a state legislator and as a congressman, and you actually interviewed the inmates, they liked it. They did.
Why?
They liked it because they felt like they had a little bit more freedom. And when you went into the tents themselves, they weren't oppressive. I mean, Arpaio liked to do this shtick with the pink boxers and things like that. But the fact is, when you actually talk to a lot of the inmates, and it's backed up by even a couple of stories I remember reading, I think in the Arizona Republic, that the inmates actually really liked it. And I know Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. He's actually a good personal friend, and and he's also a lawyer. He was a JAG lawyer in the military before he got into politics, and I think he values human life as well. I think a lot of it's just
Matt. The difference is the people that were in Tent City had been adjudicated criminals.
Right.
Correct.
They had a day in court. They had a vigorous defense. They lost, and they got sentenced there. The people that they're talking about throwing in here, some of them have had absolutely no due process whatsoever, or their only crime is they've been here.
By the way, I'm going to disagree with Matt just a little bit on this, and that is, I think, and by the way, Matt is not one of these people who I'm just about to mention.
Okay.
He was very good to work with while I was mayor a million years ago, and he was a legislator a million years ago.
We had a good relationship.
We definitely did.
You did a great job for Phoenix, and I miss that.
Look at that.
But there's this desire to really stick your finger in the eye of the person on the other side, right? I think a lot of this comes from they want Democrats to go nuts.
Oh, yes.
They want them to be upset. They want them to be angry.
Protest.
They want them to be distressed. Again, they can't take a win because they're not looking for a win. And they're partly feeding their base by upsetting the other side as much as they can. And all that's going to do is to continue to divide us. And I don't think it's necessary. It's an unnecessary part of what we need to do.
I do think a part of what Trump's trying to do as well, or the administration is trying to do, is have that act as a deterrent as well. I think one of the things that you mentioned, the idea that you might be stuck in some place where alligators might eat you. I mean,
you're fleeing a cartel. I mean, I think folks have been willing to take their chances for a really long time because they get here and they get jobs, and the folks that are employing our undocumented workforce they face no repercussions at all, be it the construction companies, the subcontractors, the hotels, whoever the owners of the companies are have faced no repercussion for hiring undocumented workers.
That's a good point.
And we know, and if what you're saying is true, and people like Tent City, that's the best argument not to do it again.
Well,
if you are being incarcerated, it isn't a vacation.
I wasn't saying that as a defense of this is a great idea. I was just saying that, in actually dealing with the inmates, they weren't as against it as I think what Paul said is right. I think there's some jamming your finger in the eye. I think there's some of it that's a deterrent. I think some of it is just shtick to look like you're being a really tough guy.
Pink underwear. We're doing pink underwear and chain gangs again.
But let me also say, I do have to say I agree with Paul 100% that our immigration system should be merit-based, a lot like what they're doing in Australia.
By the way, Trump proposed that in his first term.
And he did propose that in his first term. I'm a strong supporter of the H-1B visa program. I think we should have the brightest and the best from all over the world.
And here's what I would say to
here in
Democrats.
the United States.
This is my comment to Democrats. If you don't want him acting that way, then don't try to emulate it. Don't demonize everything he does, which is why I started by saying, hey, I want to talk about something I thought he did well.
Yeah.
Because I think it's important that we try to get this back on some type of balanced look at this stuff. And Democrats are just simply responding to him and the hatred they feel coming from him. But the way they're responding is by putting back the hatred on him.
So Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. Let's see, Arizona State Senator Wendy Rogers. She wants a desert Alcatraz. That's wonderful. Listen, there are a lot of people we should deport, and we should be deporting people. Biden let everybody in, but there's a way to do it, and there's a way not to do it. And the way not to do it is let an alligator chase you and kill you. It's
By the
really
way,
that
I think he would have a huge win. I know this is going to sound crazy to a little bit, but we have 20 million people who are illegals. Well, a lot of those people actually started off as being legal. They actually came here with a visa.
Overstayed their visas.
They overstayed their visa. It's a big
started
amount.
a life.
Whatever, right?
And for 5 years, they've been paying taxes. The answer is, why don't you try to bring those people into being citizens? You would actually knock the 20 million down to 15 million or to 10 million.
Yeah, well, you know what? I love your optimism. I do not share it.
But we desperately need optimism right now.
Here. He's a former Phoenix Mayor, Paul Johnson. We've got former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon, and then also the founder of Lumen Strategies and a Democratic strategist, Stacey Pearson, inside the War Room. Up next, some Americans will not be celebrating the 4th of July.
They should read Paul's book.
Well,
Yeah,
they
there
should.
you go.
There you go. We'll talk about why coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, so 4th of July weekend, right? Maybe you're going to go and hit a barbecue at a family affair, right? And you're going to go there and you're not going to eat a single thing, just like last year and the year before. Well, you say, Gatos, what are you talking about? Well, there are folks that go and they go to the barbecues. They smell the food. They see the ribs and the steak, but they can't chew the tasty food. So I'm talking about Aria Dental Implant Center. They can help those of you who have broken or missing teeth. I can't imagine going to a barbecue and smelling that delicious food and walking by it on the table and not eating it. And so many of you who have broken and painful teeth, that's what you've done for years. Make this the last year that you go to a barbecue and never eat anything. I want you to go next year and eat everything. And that starts with Aria Dental Implant Center. Make an appointment. Go for a consultation. Meet Dr. Joe. Tell him Gatos sent you. It's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, you can lose fat, you can gain muscle, you can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed you have lack of energy, brain fog, trouble in the bedroom possibly, You probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. The truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than their dads ever did. There's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. You're not talking about supplements here. Talking about real prescription testosterone. No supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it can boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors today. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality for a limited time at redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:46, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There's a new wildfire reported about 7 miles northwest of Black Canyon City. It's called the Juniper Fire. In a post on X, the Arizona Bureau of Land Management reports that ground and air resources are responding. The latest update estimates fire size around 25 acres. Residents near Horse Thief Basin have been told to get in set status and prepare to evacuate if necessary. We'll have more on this throughout the evening. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, just go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now. Here's Heather Larson with a look at the roads in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash that's kind of clearing in Mesa right now. It was blocking one of the lanes on the 60 westbound near Stapley. That has now moved to the right shoulder, so traffic is flowing once again through that area. It had been stopped, which is why there's the backup, but it is once again moving. There was also that crash at I-17 northbound near Dixoletta Drive. Now that's slow now and getting better. Once you hit Jomax, it's going to be slow for a few minutes and then it's going to clear up because that also went off to the shoulder. And a wreck at 99th Avenue in Camelback, that's just west of the 101 Agua Fria Freeway. We'll check traffic again in 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
I got a question for you. Do you have good credit? Well, then why are you financing your home the exact same way people with poor credit do? No offense to them, but the traditional 30-year fixed mortgage was created for people with poor credit, one where the bank basically doesn't trust the borrower. It's why they stretch out payments over 30 years. It's why you pay all that interest up front first. The bank gets their money, and you have zero access to your equity. Listen, your mortgage should match your credit and how well you've handled your finances. And that's exactly what a Life Changer loan can do for you. With a Life Changer loan, you're in control. You could pay it down. You can pay it off. You can even borrow back, and you can do it all on your timeline. It's up to you, and you've earned that. So you've got good credit. You're good with money. You should not be in a traditional mortgage. Find out more information and find out if a Life Changer loan is right for you at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At the UPS store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, the War Room. With some of our regs, come on, we got to give it up for former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon, of course, Lumen Strategies and Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson, and first-timer, former Phoenix Mayor Paul Johnson. It is excellent to have you here. Hope you're enjoying your time in the War Room.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me.
So I found this, and I found this to be sad, and I think it kind of gets into your book a little bit here. Only 4 in 10 young adults say they have a high level of pride in being American. The number goes up as you get older, and it's a partisan divide. Basically, your pride in country has to do with your politics, and I assume it means whoever's in the White House at any given moment, because
and it reverses.
I was going to say, and it
Pendulum
flips
swings,
the other
yep.
way around, and I think that plays right into what you're talking about. I find that kind of sad that whoever happens to be in the White House dictates whether you're proud of America or not.
4 in 10 U.S. adults who are part of Gen Z express the highest level of pride in being American. 4 in 10.
Yeah, that's a low number.
What does that mean, though? Highest level of pride. I mean, we're talking about the kids who can't afford the houses their parents moved into. Starter homes don't exist for. I think the anti-patriotic comments that we see on social need to stop. But these are kids that are going to have it worse and have a harder time coming out of college and getting into...
And you think that's some of it, the
do.
loss of the American dream?
And don't feel the country's headed the right way,
Yeah, and
maybe.
the economic reality that they're... My daughter's 22.
Okay.
The best thing that has contributed to her patriotism, and her dad's a cop. My husband's a cop.
Right.
We're a patriotic family. I'm taking the American flag back. The Republicans aren't the only ones that get to put it on their houses anymore. Here...
Can we go there for a second?
Yeah.
Because I do think that young Americans will see the Trumper in a car with the Trump flag and the American flag.
And a Confederate flag next to it.
And maybe.
100, yeah.
But they'll look at it and they go, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
That's not me.
There's something real there.
But everybody, it's true. But, is that person more patriotic than the next?
But I do hear a lot of young people that are really going off about what a horrible place this country is. I have heard them.
I agree.
It's all propaganda, right?
You think it's propaganda? You don't think kids think that way?
They do think that way, and they're on TikTok,
I
owned
see.
by the Chinese government or the Russian
information.
Russian
and all they got
we're
to
in a psyops campaign.
All they got to do is go to other places on the planet and see how lucky we have.
Go to Iran, where they'll throw you off a roof if you're
But perspective, those of us that are a little bit older in this room, you get perspective. You do travel around. You do see other places, and you're like, you know what?
But it's not just that. We have politicians on both sides in both political parties who are pushing a message of pessimism. This whole idea of the amygdala hijack really works, right? If I can engage you, if I know what party you're in, I can tell you the 5 buttons to push on you and terrify you. And once I terrify you, the rational portion of your brain, the neocortex, can't work. All right, it's blocked. And all of a sudden you focus on fight, flight, or freeze. Well, think of the message of, in our country, our jobs have been destroyed, industry's been destroyed, American labor's been destroyed. That's a Trump speech, Bernie Sanders speech, and AOC speech.
The Chinese own everything.
It's just they blame different things. One blames the global elite, and the other one blames the rich. And here's the answer. There's nothing like this place.
It's the best.
We've done more to promote human progress in the United States than any nation in the history of the planet. More importantly, there's no better place for upward mobility than right here. I'm not saying there's not challenges. Certainly there are challenges. But if you don't put this in perspective, you end up in a place where everybody begins to not recognize the great gifts that we have and that we need to hang on to. I'm more worried that our politicians are selling us a message on both sides that are actually convincing both sides how terrible a place this is. And it's not reflected in the data.
And I completely agree with what Paul just said. I think that there are politicians that understand that while positive news evokes a certain emotion, negative news scares people into doing more things that you can manipulate them on. And I think politicians on both sides use that to the excess. And I agree. I believe in American exceptionalism. I believe that this is the greatest country and the greatest government in all the world, even though we have our problems. And we do. And we've been through them. But you know what? It's still a great place to live and a great place to raise your family.
And what a great way to end the War Room and wish everyone a happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July.
Thank you.
Happy 4th, guys.
That we will.
All right. That was Stacey Pearson. That was Matt Salmon. That was Paul Johnson. Great War Room.
Yeah.
Very good.
Paul, will you ever come back?
Please.
What do you think?
Anytime you want.
Okay. All right. We didn't scare him off. I just wanted to double check and get him on record that he will show back up. We've got to check in the headlines. Yeah. Checking the headlines are on the way. We'll get you up to speed on everything, including some of the traffic as you're headed out of town. And up next, how excited are you to go to a living funeral?
Super excited.
On a 1 to 10 scale.
10.
Oh, this is Creep Factor 10. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, we picked the paint colors for the Arizona Painting Company. They're going to come paint my house this summer, probably in the next month, and we have the paint colors. And so here's the thing. I want the inside of my house painted. My wife wants the inside of our house painted. And it's a no-brainer. We go with the best, the number one painting company in Arizona, the Arizona Painting Company, guys I've known for over 2 decades. And so for some of you, you also want to get your home painted, but you're thinking, well, the kids are home this summer. I can't get the home painted. The kids are, listen, the Arizona Painting Company, they're experienced at working while kids are at home. They work around the clutter. They paint your house in sections. You could leave the kids at home, or you could take them to lunch at the water park. It's all good. The other side of this is maybe you want the exterior of your house painted, but you feel bad for the workers. It's 110 degrees out. Don't worry. It's not too hot to paint. The guys started a little bit earlier, work around the sun. They painted my house in the middle of summer last year. They did a great job. I want you to text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you a discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
For weight loss. Did you know, according to research, a majority of people gain their weight back after stopping those expensive weight loss shots? Don't become another statistic. Our doctor-developed program doesn't just help you lose weight, it helps you keep it off for good. We've helped thousands of people with our exclusive 3-step protocol lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks and maintain the results long-term. No more yo-yo dieting or weight regain. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
I'm so glad I did. I'm Jamie West, and I'm maintaining my nearly 50-pound weight loss thanks to Dr. Maloney and Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. The program is simple, and it works quickly without shots. And because it restores your metabolism, you can keep the weight off like I have. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440 or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to LundMortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's LundMortgage.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You're my financial advisor. I like you, Stuart, but do you have to like your financial advisor?
That is a fantastic question, and let me just tell you this. I think the biggest complaint I hear from people is that they don't hear from their advisor, and they don't really want to call them. Well, oftentimes that's because they don't like them very much. Now, it's important that you trust them and that you believe that they're competent. I think those are crucial. But I think it's really nice when you have a relationship because it makes it way easier to contact them. People that you dislike, you're way less likely to call. And I think it's important that you have someone to call that you like.
Yeah, and I've got his cell number. Maybe you should get his too and become a client of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, where they do financial and estate planning, insurance, and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Like your financial advisor. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisors.
weather.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. 6 o'clock now. I'm Becky Lynn. We have a new wildfire reported about 7 miles northwest of Black Canyon City, and they're calling it the Juniper Fire. In a post on X tonight, the Arizona Bureau of Land Management reports ground and air resources are responding. The latest update estimates fire size at about 25 acres. Residents near Horse Thief Basin have been told to get into set status and prepare to evacuate if necessary. Additionally, the Oak Ridge fire that started last weekend is growing fast and showing no signs of slowing down.
The Oak Ridge fire on Navajo Nation land in eastern Arizona has surged to over 10,000 acres with 0% containment, prompting hundreds of evacuations. Over 300 firefighters are battling the blaze, which started Saturday southwest of Window Rock. 2 wood haulers are suspected of starting the fire while they were cutting fresh oak. The Navajo Nation has declared a state of emergency and enacted Stage 2 fire restrictions. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Yesterday, President Trump's big, beautiful bill passed through the Senate and became one step closer to being put into law. We asked Arizona Democratic Representative Greg Stanton on Arizona's Morning News if he believes the bill will pass.
I'm hopeful, but realistically pessimistic, and I think this bill will pass.
Stanton also told Arizona's Morning News the only way he would be okay with the big, beautiful bill is if they got rid of the Medicaid cuts. There will be consequences, promises President Trump, for those who sabotage his budget bill.
After the bill narrowly passed the Senate, the president told me he thought it would be easier in the House. Republicans on the fence, well aware the president has promised there will be consequences for those who stand in the way of his bill. Today, he summoned the holdouts to the White House.
ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
If you can't have it paid by the time you go to court, then you're going to get an eviction judgment against you.
There were more than 7,000 eviction notices filed in Maricopa County last month. Jeff Katz with Community Legal Services helps renters in need and believes lawmakers should consider extending the eviction process so people have more time to pay their late rent.
Needs to be some kind of midway point that gives a little bit more time, but landlords certainly cannot wait indefinitely for payment. So got to be looking at both ends of it.
He says the only way a renter can get out of eviction is through a payment, adding Arizona law restricts the arguments that can be used in court. If you've had an unpleasant experience with an airline recently, you're not alone.
From cancellations to lost luggage, complaints are on the rise, and public interest research group's Teresa Murray joined Arizona's Morning News to break them down.
What we found is that complaint volume actually increased by 9% against U.S. airlines in 2024. And you might say, well, gosh, maybe more people traveled. Nope, that's not it. The passenger volume went up by only 4%, and yet complaints went up by 9%. So people are cranky.
The most common complaints submitted to the Department of Transportation included late refunds, flight schedule disruptions, and mishandled luggage, with Frontier, Spirit, and JetBlue leading in number of complaints. Anna Olt, KTAR News.
Wall Street today, the Dow dropped 10 points. The S&P was up by 29, while the NASDAQ was up by 190. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking the roads for us now, here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. New wreck just reported at 43rd Avenue on the westbound I-10. And a couple more things going on the city streets. Dysart and McDowell has a wreck. It's affecting the westbound lanes of McDowell, and also still waiting to see the intersection of 99th Avenue and Camelback clear. This is just west of the 101 Agua Fria Freeway, right there on the city streets. Traffic is brought to you by Vitalant, Arizona's blood provider. Save lives and donate blood on Sunday, July 6th at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Schedule your appointment at vitalant.org/SaveAZ. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We have a dust storm warning in effect for most of the Southeast Valley until about 6:45 tonight. Some thunderstorms already starting to kick up in the east, far east valley, including Apache Junction, Gold Canyon, Queen Creek. And of course, if you look at the skies, they're starting to darken just a little bit with that 40% chance of some monsoon activity. Overnight low 90, tomorrow's high 105. It's 101 in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It's final hour number 3.
Oh, I got to tell you, a lot of people think hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
Oh, my goodness. 4th of July coming up. Super excited. We've got a lot of stuff to do this hour. First of all, let's do a thank you. Okay. St. Mary's Food Bank. We were outspoken against hunger for all of June, raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank. We duped Axon to give us $50,000.
We guilted
him.
Josh Isner, the president and CEO, after talking about how well their stock was doing.
Yeah, seriously.
You Googled how much he was worth.
I said, you're worth a lot of money. Do you have any money for our for our outspoken against hunger? He goes, I'll match the first $50,000.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
Axon, $50,000. How did the KTAR listeners, how did all of you do? Well, we wanted $40,000. We ended up getting $73,000 plus.
That's amazing.
If you add that to the 50, you get $123K. Ladies and gentlemen, you raised 617,000 meals.
That's amazing.
Oh.
That's amazing.
Yeah, we were going for 200, and we went over 600. So congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody. You know what? We're going to give out some more money, by the way. We're going to give out some money. We're going to do pay tribute to a teacher at 6:30.
Oh, my goodness.
Thanks to your Valley Toyota dealers. $2,500 is going to go to a deserving teacher.
It's like an ATM today.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
I hope you don't go to a lot of funerals. And listen, I try to avoid them, including my own. But there is a change in the world of funerals. People are starting to rethink what a funeral is. And the idea of wearing all black, flowers, and mournful music, we're finding out, by the way, from places right here in the Valley, Mountain View, funeral home over in Mesa, about people rethinking funerals, pre-planning, micro-memorials, even living wakes, honoring loved ones, but not doing it the same way it's always been done. You mentioned something that, again, kind of terrifies me. A living funeral. Has anybody ever heard of a living funeral? I have.
You've actually heard of it?
Okay, I heard about it today.
All right, so,
a living funeral.
Well, all right, let's define it.
So a living funeral is basically a celebration of life that happens before the person dies.
But they're sick and on the way.
They know it's happening.
Okay.
So they get to be involved in organizing it. They are there. They're surrounded by friends and family. You can say all the nice things about them, and they can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
A living funeral.
Season 1, Episode 7, titled If I Should Wake Before I Die. This, of course, is from one of my all-time favorite shows, Little House on the Prairie.
But it happened on Little House on the Prairie?
It happened on Little House on the Prairie. Yeah. So a woman fakes her death, and they have the funeral, and she only does it so her children can visit her in Walnut Grove. And so here's the funeral. Like the note goes out, however they did it back then,
Yeah.
Your mom's dead, or come back for the funeral. All the kids who are adults come back for the funeral, and she's in the background watching the whole thing. Then she puts a veil on over her head and starts walking around and listening to some conversations.
Just to hear what people thought about you.
Episode 1, Season 1, Episode 7. As you well know, I love Little House on the Prairie.
Okay. Wow.
Somehow I don't think that's what Bruce was talking about.
Not exactly the same.
It's similar.
Well, yeah.
You're still alive.
Yeah, but
you're right.
conned everybody into showing up, pretending to
A living
be dead.
funeral is not a con job.
No.
Exactly. But it's similar. It's close.
But it's a way for you to be a part of your funeral.
Right.
while you're still alive.
It's
I don't
truly
know.
a celebration.
It's a celebration of life.
So at
while
the
you're
end,
still alive.
At the end of the episode.
Oh boy, here we go.
They're watching.
Wait, don't give it away. I haven't watched all of Little House on the Prairie yet. By the way, spoiler alert for those of you that are binging Little House on the Prairie.
Was it Mrs. Olsen?
No. No. It wasn't a character in the, one of the adult sons says, "Boy, that looks a lot like my mother in a veil," and so obviously she starts. She's like, "I wanted to see you." Like my mother in a veil. So that's I listen. Why is that such a bad idea?
I don't know. Well, how about this? I got another one. Pre-planning your funeral.
Well, I think a lot of people do that.
Okay.
People are turning it into a date night. Couples.
Explain that.
Yeah.
Are showing up and sitting down at the funeral home and planning their funeral and making it a date night out of it. Planning the funeral together becomes an act of love.
I don't like that.
And to make sure that that everything is thoughtfully considered.
I don't like
It's
that.
a way for couples to bond, said some of them.
I'd like to be duped and go to a funeral with someone that's not in the casket. I don't like that. Do you like this idea of the date night? Hey, let's have a fun date night with the Undertaker.
Yeah.
Do you smell like embalmed fluids, going through you? And
Have you seen? I've seen some of these themed ones, and I got to tell you, I think here's what I think's
like
happening.
the theme funeral.
I think when we went from funeral, like capital F, to celebration of life, I think people started to loosen up a little.
What's the first 3 letters in funeral?
Fun.
There you
I
go.
had to think about that.
There you go. It's a funeral.
I don't think people think funerals are fun.
And again, you've got to. It depends on what the funeral is. I mean, if it's a 95-year-old person, you go and you feel comfortable enough to say this is a celebration.
What
of
a
life.
wonderful life they led.
Right.
All the stories and everything. Yeah.
If it's something tragic, you can't.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't do this with something tragic.
Yeah.
No.
Over at Mountain View, they said they've seen like Star Wars funerals.
But see, if the person who died loved Star Wars, why not?
But see, that's where the pre-planning comes in.
You'd have to pre-plan
You
it.
sit down with the people.
Because the last thing I'm going to do is give my brother a Star Wars funeral if he doesn't know.
Right.
No, I know, but you don't go and on a date night, go to a funeral home. And
Well,
then,
you could. And have you seen, they even have coffins now that like are your football team and your colors.
Oh, I've already got a guy making me a KTAR coffin.
Really?
Here we go.
And I saw where somebody's got one, you can use it as a coffee table until you die.
Do you remember when we had the homeless issue downtown, the
Yes.
zone?
Yes, the
And
coffin maker.
One of the businesses, Bruce, this is before me and you, Chad and I brought him
remember.
on. One of the businesses, there was a funeral home, and he made caskets, and he promised to make me a KTAR casket.
This is not a game of Topper. I see your story.
Oh, no. This is a game of Topper.
And I raise you.
What do you got?
We were renting out the house in Apache Junction, a.k.a. Gold Canyon adjacent. Unbeknownst to us, the person who was renting it out turned the garage into a shop and was making caskets.
It's awesome. Did you see one you liked?
Do you leave some behind?
And he left a casket behind.
With a body in it?
There was no...
No, it wasn't a
I'll tell you
funeral
what.
home.
I didn't open the door. I was like, I'm not opening that. I am not opening that.
Yeah.
But it was, he left an empty casket, wooden casket behind. I don't, it just creeped me out a little bit.
My story's a lot better.
Creeped me out.
I don't know. Those are both pretty good. Those are.
What did you do with the casket?
Yeah, where is it now?
Sold it.
You sold it and made money?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So did the person who bought it come and like look it over?
Yes.
And so they opened it and there was no body inside.
There was no body.
It. Okay, so yeah.
I would have used it for storage.
Right?
Yeah.
I was like, I thought, well, we could keep it for Halloween once a year. It'd be fun.
That is fun.
Right?
Yeah.
I got over.
Did you climb in that thing? I would have
Most
climbed
certainly
in it.
did not.
I
No,
would have
you
liked
would
to have
not
climbed in.
have.
Sure.
You would not have climbed into
No,
it.
just
I'm a little on the scared side.
don't close it. But I
Yeah.
would have climbed
I don't trust
in it.
other people.
Was it a nice casket?
It was okay.
It was okay.
It was handmade.
It was just a box.
handmade.
Oh, okay, so it was nice. And, okay.
Terrifying.
All right. Funerals. I think
living funeral.
I think that this is a moneymaker. I really do. I think this is a good. I'm not.
Are you going to
kidding
DJ these or something? Is that what you mean?
I've
Like,
never
what are
been
you?
a-
How are you going to make money?
I've never been a DJ.
Okay, you can MC it.
You know I don't respect DJs who
You
play
don't.
music
You
on the
don't.
radio. They have zero talent.
There is that.
But
Apologies to John Jay.
I think that I think it's a moneymaker because I think people are looking for something different in this day and age.
A living funeral. Yeah. Have it before you die and you can say all the nice things in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way. And then up next, it's the Stream Team. We're treating today like it's a Friday. And we got some cool things, some things we've been watching, including I actually saw a movie in the theater. I'll tell you about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:16. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. It was a stunning and sudden development in the Idaho college murders case. After insisting on his innocence for nearly 3 years, defendant Brian Koberger admitted his guilt to fatally stabbing the 4 students while they slept in an off-campus house in Moscow, Idaho in 2022. ABC's Kana Whitworth is in Boise, Idaho.
Brian Koberger accepted a plea deal to avoid the death penalty.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Yes.
The former criminology PhD student confessing that he willfully took the lives of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Outside of court, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents slamming the deal. They say they wanted a full confession and the location of the murder weapon.
Koberger spares himself the death penalty by pleading guilty. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads for us now once more is Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Right now, we've got a wreck on the left shoulder on the westbound I-10 at 43rd Avenue. Also, some wrecks on the surface streets. Dysart and McDowell, the westbound lanes of McDowell are affected by that one, and also 99th Avenue and Camelback, that's just west of the 101 Agua Fria Freeway. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Thanks, Heather. Hey, it's time for the Stream Team, brought to you by Life Changer Loans at lifechangerloan.com. All right.
Usually do the Stream Team Friday at 6:15, but you're being lazy and not coming into work.
I refuse to come into work on Friday.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Letting everybody know.
How are you going to do on the show that day?
I'm not going to be here.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. So this is our Friday. And you know what? A lot of people, you get out of the heat, you go sit in a nice, cool movie theater, maybe, sit around and stream something.
I got my tickets for Superman already.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, I thought we were going together. Now I feel left out.
I thought you couldn't get me in.
You've changed.
Anyway.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a little different. Usually it's about streaming.
Yeah.
You went to the movie theater. Mm-hmm. I went to the movie theater. What'd you see? Go first.
All right. I actually went today.
Oh, okay.
I went and saw...
Could have been working on the show, but that's
No,
okay.
I didn't want to do that. I wanted to see F1, the movie F1 starring Brad Pitt.
Is this your revenge for Monaco?
Yeah, I waited 30 years and came all this way to humiliate myself on global television.
Sonny, you think I brought you in to make my other driver quit?
Listen, he's cocky, he's arrogant, he's got a lot to learn.
You were cocky, you were arrogant, and you had a lot to learn.
I'm not here to hold anyone's hand. I'm here to race.
No, you're not. Sonny, you're here to give me a heart attack.
That is Brad Pitt as race car driver Sonny Hayes and Javier Bardem as the owner of the team. So, obviously, I know I'm into racing. I know a lot about racing, and so I could be hypercritical of this film from a racing standpoint, kind of like the same way fighter pilots are of Top Gun, okay? But I'm not going to be like that.
Yeah, don't be like that.
This is a traditional sports movie. You guys have seen these sports movies where there's the arc, you have to overcome this greatness, and, you used to be good. You've heard the story is old as time. I saw this on the IMAX screen at Arizona Mills today. Good grief. This movie is huge. It jumps off the screen, and I would tell you this. You don't have to know a lot about racing or Formula One to enjoy this movie. Can we just get this out of the way? Brad Pitt is handsome. Good grief.
Goodness gracious.
It is ridiculous.
Oh, he's super beautiful.
It's distracting at times.
No doubt about it.
But he is amazing in this movie. I actually saw some making of, and he got to drive a Formula One car. And they were talking to him, and he said, working in Hollywood, I've got to do a lot of really cool things in my life. He goes, this is number one on the list. And so he is a bit of a motorhead. He does like the racing.
Okay.
And it comes across. It's a good racing movie. It's a good movie overall. It's called F1, the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's in theaters right now. I'll give it 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 prostates.
4 out of 5. No prostates involved.
All right. Stream team. Let's see. My wife and I went to see a movie, and it wasn't, dripping with machismo like your movie.
Oh, did it have car crashes?
No.
Yeah, I don't go see it then.
It was The Materialist.
I don't know what it's about.
Well, let me tell you.
Please.
Dakota Johnson, who I really like. She's a terrific actress.
Okay.
Chris Evans played Captain America, and Pedro Pascal, who is a hit on the HBO zombie show thingy.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
He's an Andor also, I believe.
I don't know what that is. Is Andor good?
Yeah.
Andor's good? Okay. Anyway, The Materialist, it tells the story of Dakota Johnson's playing a woman named Lucy, a high-end matchmaker in New York City.
Okay.
Okay. So she actually finds herself in the middle of a love triangle.
Oh, God, is there kissing in this movie?
There's a lot of smooching.
Love is easy.
Is it? I find it to be the most difficult thing in the world.
That's because we can't help it. It just walks into our lives sometimes.
Are you hitting on me?
Definitely not. But I do think that you would be a great match for a lot of our clients. We need more straight men in New York City.
Okay.
All right.
So that's Lucy, Dakota Johnson talking to Pedro Pascal. Okay, so here's the struggle. She's in this love triangle, and I won't give too much away, but you've got this one really, super good-looking financier, ton of money, and then you've got her ex-boyfriend, Captain America, who's
there's a lot of women out there that go, I should have these problems.
I will say they really uglied him up. I'll just say.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, he didn't look that good.
Really?
Made him look a lot shorter.
Oh.
He was, disheveled. His hair was all, didn't have the mask. He's a struggling actor, part-time cater waiter. And he walks back into her life. And so the movie's like you go back and forth. You're like, oh, well, she's got to pick him. Wait a minute. No, I think she's picking him. No, I think she's going to pick him. And so the movie is about, can you find someone who is perfect on paper, which she calls a unicorn?
Oh, okay.
But is the unicorn always wrong for you? So it's pretty good.
You enjoyed it.
Pretty good.
And it's in theaters.
It's in theaters.
So you can go get away this weekend.
Yeah.
Sit in a nice, cool theater.
Yeah.
Overdose on butter flavoring on your popcorn.
Yeah.
And enjoy some movies. Did you like it, by the way?
I did. All right, the stream team, I give it 3 out of 5 prostates.
Contains no prostates. There's no prostates involved.
But I will tell you this. Can't wait for Superman.
Superman's already a 5 out of 5?
No, because I hated the last Superman.
Really?
I am a Superman aficionado.
I'm aware.
Okay? When I go to see this movie, cape is going to be on.
You're going to wear a cape to the movie?
I'm absolutely going to wear a cape to the movie. Are you serious?
We're going to need pictures.
I don't like to wear the tights. It's a little hot in the valley.
They chafe. I can only imagine. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. And then up next, it's time to pay tribute to a teacher. Even though it's the summer months, we're still calling out great teachers Check it out. Coming up next, right here on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, time to call the Lund Mortgage team because right here in the Valley, what we're looking at, I should say, is a buyer's market. Hasn't been like that for a long, long time. Let me give you a little bit of what the Lund Mortgage team can tell you when you call them at 623-875-9940. Here's the first thing. Mortgage rates. They fell to a 7-week low. This gives you, the home buyer, some reprieve from borrowing costs. All right. As I said, the market has kind of shifted now, certainly back to a buyer's market. What does that mean for you? It means that someone trying to sell their house to you is more likely to negotiate a good deal and a lesser price with you. So rates are now looking more promising. If you've been waiting or sitting on the fence, it's really time to look at the market again. Call our good friends, the Lund Mortgage team. Anytime I've had anything to do with real estate, I've always called the Lund Mortgage team. 623-875-9940. You can go and check them out at lundmortgage.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the Valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
If your family's summer style needs a little pick-me-up, you've got to go to Kohl's. They have everything from polos and cute dresses to comfy kids outfits and Sephora essentials, plus more. Not to mention, you can get 20% off some of your faves and earn Kohl's cash. Yup, summer's already looking more stylish, all thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends July 6th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or kohls.com for details.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. We have a new wildfire that's been reported about 7 miles northwest of Black Canyon City, the Juniper Fire. Tonight, in a post on X, Arizona Bureau of Land Management reports ground and air resources are responding. And right now, the estimate is that the fire's about 25 acres. Residents near Horse Thief Basin have been told to get in set status and prepare to evacuate if necessary.
If you can't have it paid by the time you go to court, then you're going to get an eviction judgment against you.
There were more than 7,000 eviction notices sent to renters in Maricopa County last month. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center with the story.
Yeah, Becky, it's about 200 less eviction filings from June last year, but remains higher than the previous 10-plus years. Jeff Katz of Community Legal Services helps out renters facing eviction and shares 2 issues he sees in the system.
The problem right now is there are no funds available in programs to help bring rent current, and there is nothing that requires the landlord to wait for payment.
He believes lawmakers should consider extending the eviction process so renters have more time to collect funds to pay landlords.
The bottom line is it's a law, and if you're trying to get a law change, that is the legislature. It is not the attorneys. It is not the judges.
Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
But it can buy me a boat.
If your 4th of July plans include getting out on the water, be sure you're not having too much booze on the boat. Could land you in the brig.
It's part of a national initiative called Operation Dry Water, an enforcement campaign targeting boaters who are operating under the influence this holiday weekend. Sergeant Rob Marsky with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says just because you're on the open water doesn't mean it's open season for drinking. He adds it can be just as, if not more dangerous, as driving drunk.
If you're on a personal watercraft, you have nothing to protect you on the sides of you. So if you did collide with another boat or a fixed object, the propensity to be injured is much higher.
Make sure you designate a sober driver and have enough water and life jackets for everyone on board. Arizona law enforcement agencies handed out nearly 600 safety warnings last year. That's on top of 4 arrests and almost 90 citations. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to make it 3 for 3 against the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. You can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. First pitch coming up in just a few moments. Meanwhile, D-backs second baseman Ketel Marte has been named a starter for the National League All-Star team. And one more day off for the Phoenix Mercury. They'll be in Dallas tomorrow night taking on the Wings. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time now to check those roads again with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. So far, roads are holding up pretty good in the East Valley, considering there's been some rain, wind, and dust blowing over there. The main event right now on the Valley freeways is on the westbound 10, and that's going to be west of the 17 due to a wreck at I-10 westbound at 43rd Avenue. That is in the HOV lane, the one that leads to the 202. So traffic is especially slow getting through the area. If you don't have to take that 202 HOV exit, try to get to the right. You will be able to get around this wreck. It looks like they're going to clear it soon. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at assetpreservationwealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
And the monsoon weather's starting to roll into the valley. We have a dust storm warning in effect until 6:45, and thunderstorms likely for much of the valley through about 9:15 tonight. There's a 40% chance of more storms tomorrow as well. Overnight 90 and tomorrow's high 105. It's 103 degrees in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, Joe Huizinga, do parks need permits? Tempe thinks so. Some residents love the move, others hate it. We'll sort it out Monday at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
Oh, it's time to pay tribute to a teacher once again. thanks to your Valley Toyota dealers. We do this every month, Bruce.
Yes.
We're going to give $2,500 to a deserving teacher, something we've done for many, many years. We continue to do it here at the radio station. Teachers are underpaid. We want to make sure that they get a bonus.
Yeah, recognizing outstanding teachers.
Got a few teachers on hold. How about we start with a kindergarten teacher?
Oh, that is unique in and of itself.
Right? Janina Perez is joining us, Levine Elementary School. Hi, Janina. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing very good, thank you.
All right, it's kindergarten. How long you been teaching kindergarten?
So I've done this, I just finished my 12th year.
Wow.
I did 8 years of special education kindergarten.
Whoa.
Wow.
And then I just finished up my 4th year of general education kindergarten.
And you come back every year, right?
It's addicting. It's an addiction.
It's a calling. It's a calling.
Yes, it's a calling.
How many kids do you have in your kindergarten class usually?
Last year was low. I think I had 25, but the most I've had was 28.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of little kids.
That's a lot of little kids. Talk about herding cats.
Sometimes it is, especially in August.
Right, exactly. We were looking at who nominated you. And it looks like it is a parent who had a son in your classroom. And this parent said, my son always is excited and pumped to go to class.
Oh.
And this parent was talking about leaving her child with you.
Oh, that's a big deal for parents, right?
I mean, yeah, that's one of the things. Like, you're leaving your little boy or little girl for probably the first time.
Who cries more?
Yeah, who cries more, the parent
the kids
or the kid?
Or the parents?
Oh, the parents cry more.
They do?
Yes, always.
Oh, my gosh. So why kindergarten? Why did you pick kindergarten?
You know what? I was just drawn to them. It's their first time being away from home. It's the parents' first time, not being with their kids for 8 hours. And I just have, I don't know, I just love kids so much. I just want to cuddle them all day, but I also want to teach them. So I just love it because when they come into kindergarten, we have to teach them the basics. And when those basics start clicking, just seeing their eyes light up and okay, and just building. And then when you see them and they're ready for first grade, it's just, there's such growth in kindergarten. It's just amazing. So I just love kindergarten.
It's a great answer. Janina Perez, and she is up for Pay Tribute to a Teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers, possibly $2,500. What would you do if you won the $2,500?
That's a good question.
My sister and her family have been stationed for 3 years in Korea, their Army. So they'll be coming home in the fall. So I would definitely use that money to make sure that I get to see them when the family comes back to the States.
Oh. Where would they come into here in the U.S.?
It's between Texas and Arkansas right now. So we're pushing for Texas because that's where my family lives, but we'll see what happens.
All right.
So
fingers crossed.
So you need some you need some money for
traveling money.
You need a flight, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And you don't need first class or anything like that.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
Do you need a hotel stay?
We'll probably do an Airbnb so we can all hang out. It's been 3.5 years, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you miss most about them?
Well, she has 3 boys that I absolutely love, and they've just grown so much. One graduated high school over there, and I just want to catch up. I just love the boys so much. And, of course, my sister, too.
You just can't get enough of kids, for goodness sakes.
No, I love kids. I do.
So you're gonna let's see, Bruce, I'm trying to add this up. You need a flight. You need Airbnb. Got to eat.
Gotta eat.
You got to bring some gifts for the boys.
Hello.
I mean, that all
For
adds up
sure.
pretty quick. That's $2,500 bucks. It'd probably go a long way. Yeah.
It would. It really would.
Yeah. You should probably book your flight because you win.
No way. Oh, my God.
Congratulations.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. I'm going to cry.
Well, you should see what parents say about you.
Let her cry. It's big for ratings. Go ahead.
For goodness
Let's hear
sakes. Yeah. You should see what parents say about you. And again, we talk about dropping off a kindergartner and the safety they feel, the pride they feel, the joy they feel, and what you're doing with these kids is amazing.
Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much.
And we hear you have great snacks.
We have so many snacks.
I love snacks.
I know, that was in the that was in the letter.
Love snacks.
My gosh, we spend so much money on snacks, but they're so tiny. They're so little. They're hungry all day.
Well, maybe you have a little left over from the $2,500 thanks to your Valley Toyota dealers. You are this month's Pay Tribute to a Teacher winner. You are totally deserving. You rock it every day in kindergarten. And congratulations, and go see your family when they get here, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Oh,
it's awesome. Kindergarten teachers.
Yeah, they are special, aren't they?
They are incredible. Incredible. I still remember mine. Mrs. Veloskamp and Mrs. Kriegel.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the last time I did well in school. Pay tribute to a teacher thanks to our friends at your Valley Toyota dealers. $2,500. All right. We got some weather that is hitting the valley.
It is.
It is gray, and it is
kind of on the outskirts right now. A lot of wind. Could be some dust, blowing dust. Visibility low on the freeways.
Yeah. Becky Lynn's got that in a second. You know, we did the big reveal earlier today.
Yeah.
It was, goodness, how much money did we raise? And when I say we, I mean us and you, the listener, for St. Mary's Food Bank. What do you think? Should we, go back and...
I bet you they didn't hear it. So let's do the big reveal all over again for them.
Fantastic.
All right. That's coming up next. We're outspoken here on KTAR.
Hey, Red Mountain weight loss. This is why you need Red Mountain. Well, a couple reasons. All right, let me talk to the guys first. Okay, guys, low testosterone, something that happens to a lot of men. Here's the truth. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So what's the solution? The solution is go talk to the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. And if you have low T, you start for free if you mention Gatos. For a limited time, Red Mountain will waive your startup fee. And you're going to get real testosterone available only by prescription from the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. So you're going to gain muscle, you're going to lose fat, and say goodbye to the dad bod. All right? This is going to make you feel better. It's going to boost your sex drive. It's going to build muscle mass. And you can save $200 for a limited time when you mention Gatos when you start your testosterone therapy with no startup fee. All you have to do is go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:44. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We have some weather moving into the valley as predicted. You could be experiencing some blowing dust where you are. The winds are quite gusty, and the National Weather Service's dust storm warning is actually about to expire, but you may see some residual dust. Isolated thunderstorms showing up primarily in the far southeast valley, but they have now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for all of Maricopa County and La Paz County as well until 7:30 tonight. There's a 40% chance we could see some more isolated and scattered monsoon storms tomorrow as well. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Well, with all this weather moving in, it could be affecting your drive. Let's check the ride home now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. And yes, as you mentioned, there are some areas of low visibility. Not widespread right now. I'm finding one spot of particularly low visibility at the State Route 24 and Ellsworth Road. That in the East Valley, that's got some dust going on right now. And there are some areas that are starting to get some rain out in the Southeast Valley right now. So be careful out there. Watch out for those areas of blowing dust right now. And as for Valley freeways, you still have a slowdown on the westbound I-10. That accident at 43rd Avenue on the westbound 10 has finally cleared. So if you're sitting in that and you're wondering, when is this ever going to end? It's finally going to start moving now. A little more traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's check it out, KTAR.com. The Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. All right, Bruce, you're going to guess here. You like to do that. ready. What are you doing for the 4th of July weekend? A, staying at home. Okay. B, hit the road for vacation, so you're driving somewhere. Okay, driving. All right. C, flying to a cooler part of the country. Because it's impossible to fly to a hotter part, right? Or D, a barbecue at fireworks. Because staying home and barbecue and fireworks are similar. Why do you do this to me? I'm going to go with...
Staying home basically means nothing.
That means that means doing nothing.
That means nothing.
I'm going to go barbecue and fireworks is going to win with 57%.
Second place, 28%.
Really?
And all of Phoenix is not going anywhere.
Oh, they're just staying home.
62%. So we spent the month of June asking you to give money to St. Mary's Food Bank.
And boy, did they ever.
Wow. Outspoken against hunger. Earlier today, we did the big reveal. Everybody was asking, how much did you guys make?
Yeah.
How much was given? Take a listen.
We have been outspoken against hunger all last month, raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank, making sure that kids don't go hungry over the summer when they're missing out on especially those meals they would get at school.
Yeah, in a second, what have I been saying all summer long? I've got numbers.
He's got the numbers.
Let's kind of review.
Oh, there's a review.
Yeah, I think there's a review here.
Okay. Right.
So we started June thinking, let's ask our listeners for $40,000 because $40,000 is going to bring in 200,000 meals.
Yeah, it's like a round number, right? That works well.
And then in the middle of the whole thing, there was this breaking news story about Axon and Scottsdale and trying to
build this
great business.
Yeah, they're going to build their headquarters and going back and forth with the city of Scottsdale.
So the president of Axon, Josh Isner, joined us, and we talked about, what with the bill. We talked about the negotiations and how they were staying, and then
we were happy they were staying. We want them to stay here.
At the end of the interview, this happened. Take a listen.
Again, thanks a lot for the support.
Yeah.
Pleasure speaking with you guys. And if there's anything I can do for you in the future, don't hesitate to reach out.
Oh, boy.
Right,
careful what you wish for. You might get that here from Gatos again.
I love it.
Josh, we do have this little fundraiser that we're doing, Outspoken Against Hunger.
Oh, man. Now that you guys brought up our stock, I feel I have to do it. All right.
You can help us feed some kids
We're
this
we're feeding
summer.
kids over the summer, and
All right,
we know
we're
you want to
sending
help.
Guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000
Oh, my
for
Lanta.
this effort.
50,000.
Go raise the money, and we'll make it happen.
Josh, you're the man.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to talk about Axon being a good
Bye-bye.
partner, right?
I told you I was going to ask about that.
You did. You did ask.
I did. Josh said he's going to throw in $50,000. Joining us now as well is the president of Axon, Josh Isner. Hey, Josh, how are you, my friend?
How we doing, gents? Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, boss. All right. Okay.
Man, you ready for the big reveal? We are all set.
Get your checkbook out first.
I'm ready to pay the piper here.
Yeah,
for sure.
get your checkbook out.
All right. So, if you take the $50,000 that Josh is going to give,
yeah, he's going to match.
I think everybody wants to know, well, how much did our listeners chip in?
Oh, okay.
And that number is $73,413.
Yeah, that is phenomenal.
And if you take the 50 from Axon, that's $123,413. That equals 617,000 plus meals.
Outstanding.
How about that?
How about that?
All right, there you go.
Thank you,
Awesome
everyone
job,
listening.
guys. Congratulations.
And Josh, thanks so much to you and an incredible community partner in Axon. We sincerely appreciate
Josh,
that.
why did you throw the $50,000 in other than
guilt?
Made you?
Yeah.
Look, happy to always support great causes in the Valley, and certainly, supporting kids during the time where they're not getting fed at school is a worthy cause. So, more than happy to support this initiative. Congratulations, guys, on how much money you raised in a month. That is truly incredible, and we're honored to be a part of it.
And you're going to be honored to be a part of it next year as well.
I mean, are you guys looking for sales jobs on the side here? You guys pretty good at closing here, but I feel like it's got to be a yes now. So we'll make this an annual thing.
Oh, that is phenomenal. Any cities that need to upgrade their Axon equipment, by the way, now is a good time to do it. Okay, see, we're
100%.
We're working on this. Okay.
See, Bruce, I told you I wouldn't put him on the spot.
Yeah, I knew you were going to. You should get used to it.
That is outstanding. That is more money than I thought we could make, Bruce, actually.
We knocked it out. Well, I say we. You guys knocked it out of the park, and so thank you for all your donations.
Hey, listen, we get it. We have the platform. If we don't do anything with it, we're a disgrace. All right, it's Wednesday. It's my Friday. It's your Friday. Let's get the heck out of here.
Deal.
Do that thing where you thank everybody.
We look through the double pane bulletproof glass and everybody that puts this show together. Oh, my goodness. DJ just in time over there. Our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. Delivering all the news and information. Well, that's Becky Lynn.
And we had Elizabeth, too.
And Elizabeth helping out.
That's
Apologize.
right. Exactly.
Okay.
You should apologize.
And don't forget with all your traffic information. That's Heather Larson. Thanks, guys.
Happy 4th, everybody. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
The atmosphere over Arizona is just right for the monsoon, generating sudden, severe thunderstorms with high winds, damaging hail, lightning, torrential downpours of rain.
Ooh, that rain is coming down in central Phoenix today.
And blowing dust, making driving conditions unsafe on any road.
Visibility is down to about a fourth of a mile due to blowing dust.
Stay alert and stay informed with Arizona's news station, covering the monsoon all across the valley. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics, he needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. And love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. It drives us to explore, pushes us to see the world differently, moves us to action. And we believe that today, wonder is more essential than ever. Wow. That's why we're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask big questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
Put a Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead and your summer road trip playlist.
We've had Jerry Colangelo, the late Al McCoy, former Governor Ducey, former Governor Brewer, former Senator John Kyle. So there have been political people in there, but their stories and personal stories of success have been amazing.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Anywhere really that you download podcasts, you can find the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Hey folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be, do not disturb, Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealer for details.